22117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, so I was told council wanted to see me.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes,
Good morning.
we just have one brief issue we want to raise for the court.
Okay.
We wanted to confirm whether experts in this case are permitted to watch testimony in order to prepare for rebuttal. We've asked for that
For rebuttal, like
for
post,
responding,
for responding, okay,
in our case, for both sides.
okay. What's your position? Ms. Little, you want to?
Yes, we could.
All right. Mr. Brennan, is there any reason not to?
I need to give it some thought. I'm not willing to agree. I'll abide by whatever the court thinks is fair.
So why don't you think about it and we'll address it later today? Okay, there's no expert testimony today, right?
It's not.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
all right, sure. Is that it? Ready to bring the jury in?
That's all.
You wanted a ruling on the clip from yesterday?
I did.
All right, you can play it.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll take a quick break.
All rise. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated. 22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, good morning again, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were here yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, read anything about this case since we were here yesterday? No. Everyone said no or should be. Thank you very much. Can we bring Mr. Whitman back in, please? Ms. Giannetti, you can step up to the podium.
Thank you very much, Emma.
Under oath. Thank you.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Whitley, yesterday you testified that when Karen Reed was brought to the hospital, she didn't want to get into a hospital Johnny and she didn't want to give a urine sample. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
It was clear to you that her reluctance to cooperate at that time was because she very much wanted to check on John's progress and status at the hospital, correct?
No, I don't believe that to be the case.
Well, you testified before the grand jury regarding this matter 3 years ago, didn't you?
I don't believe I said that she was
I
reluctant.
didn't ask you that question. You testified before the grand jury 3 years ago, didn't you?
I testified before the grand jury 3 years ago.
You were under oath then, as you're under oath today, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth.
I am telling the truth.
You swore to tell the truth in 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
That was less than 3 months after you brought Karen Reed to the hospital, didn't you?
Yeah.
And your memory of what happened at the hospital was very good in April of 2022, right?
As good as today.
Your memory in April of 2022 was very good, wasn't it?
It was very good as it is today.
Okay, so you want to add the as it is today, despite the fact that you weren't asked that question. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. When questioned by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, you were asked the following question. So what, if any, interaction did you have with her, meaning Ms. Reed, at the hospital once you were there? You remember that question, right?
I do.
And your answer was, so we, after that, I helped escort her down to, they call it the psych hallway, where they have rooms set up for psychiatric patients for their evaluation. And then she was unhappy that she wasn't able to see him, meaning John. And she kept trying to. She didn't want to get into a hospital Johnny. She didn't want to, I believe, give a urine sample. She was not, the nurses were asking her to do certain things that every patient has to do, and she was not cooperating with them. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
So 3 years ago, when you testified about this issue of giving a urine sample, you testified under oath that you believed that she didn't want to give a urine sample, correct?
Correct.
Yesterday, 3 years later, you testified with certainty that she didn't want to give them, right?
Yeah, she was giving them a hard time about having to give a urine sample.
Right. No, I'm asking you about your testimony yesterday in contrast to the grand jury, sir.
Okay.
To the extent that I ask yes or no question, I'd like yes or no answers.
So
okay?
no instructions to the witness, Ms.
Your
Giannetti.
Honor,
Ask
may the
a
witness be
question.
instructed to answer the question yes or no if it calls for a yes or no question. Answer.
Answer the question that's asked of you, okay?
Okay.
So go ahead, ask a question.
You testified yesterday that she didn't want to give a urine sample without saying it was your belief that she didn't want to give one, correct?
Correct.
In any case, were you aware that when she was asked to give a urine sample, that Ms. Reed had gotten her period and did not have a tampon?
I was aware she was on her period, yes.
You're also aware that when somebody is brought to the hospital for a Section 12, they have no privacy. Isn't that right?
They have medical privacy. Either the tech or the nurse would be with the patient at all times.
Okay. With them at all times, observing them at all times,
correct.
correct?
So they wouldn't be, she wasn't in like a hallway open to the public.
Understood, sir, but she also, when I said privacy, what I was asking is, she was not allowed to go to the bathroom alone to give a urine sample, correct?
She was a psychiatric patient.
Right. So she would have to use the bathroom in front of hospital personnel or some medical personnel with people watching her while she was on her period with no tampon, correct?
I would understand that to be true.
All right. And you're aware that she did cooperate and eventually give a blood sample as well, correct?
I'm not aware of a blood sample, but urine sample, yes.
She did give the urine sample.
Correct.
Now, in your testimony yesterday, you discussed the topic of your memory of what Karen Reed may have asked you about John surviving in the snow with light clothing. You remember those questions?
I remember asking about not having a jacket, correct?
Now, starting at the end of the day, when I cross-examined you yesterday, I asked you about that topic and I said to you, you mentioned something about hypothermia, that you assumed you may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation. And your answer was, well, she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket for many hours, correct?
Correct.
But before I cross-examined you at the end of the day yesterday, you previously testified 3 times about this topic, correct?
I believe it would be the grand jury and the previous trial.
Right, and direct examination when Mr. Brennan was asking you questions before I stood up, correct?
Okay, yes.
Let's start with the first time you testified about this topic back in 2022. That was, again, less than 3 months after you had a conversation with Ms. Reed at the scene on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Her statements and questions to you at the scene were fresh in your mind in April of 2022, correct?
Correct.
In April of 2022, before the grand jury, Mr. Lally asked you, quote, what, if any, questions did she ask you regarding hypothermia? Do you remember that question?
I do.
Your answer was, she was just wondering if he could have survived outside in the cold even though he didn't have a jacket on. Do you remember giving that answer?
I do.
Nowhere in that answer in 2022, less than 3 months after these events, do you attribute the words, quote, many hours, end quote, in the snow to Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes, I was not.
I'm not asking for an explanation, sir. I'm asking for an answer.
All right, so he was answering you, Mr.
My
Yannetti.
question called for a yes or no answer. Nowhere in your answer in 2022 do you attribute the words many hours in the snow to Ms. Reed, yes or no?
No, I did not say that at that point.
Nowhere in your answer in 2022 do you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
She did. At that-
Sir, I'm asking you about your testimony.
I object.
So let him answer the question.
Let me ask it again. Nowhere in your answer in 2022 did you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
In 2022, I testified that I was just told to be brief and give generalizations. She quantified many hours in the snow when we were in back of the
Let me
ambulance.
try this again, sir.
So,
because
Mr. Yannetti, you're just saying 2022, get to a date
Of course,
and a
yes.
place.
April of 2022, okay, before the grand jury. My question again, and I'm still seeking a yes or no answer from you, okay? Nowhere in your answer in April of 2022, before the grand jury, did you testify under oath that Ms. Reed told you that John had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
Not in 2022 of April, no.
Okay. The next time you testified under oath was last year in 2024, correct?
Correct.
During that testimony, Mr. Lally asked you, oh, by the way, so 2022 is no mention of many hours, right?
I did not, and I was told to be brief on the grand jury stand.
But again, No mention of
Right.
many hours in 2022. Okay. Now, 2024, last year, Mr. Lally asked you, so firefighter Whitley, at some point, specific to your conversations with the defendant, Ms. Reed, can you describe sort of her demeanor or any observations you made in relation to that as you were speaking with her? And your answer was, yes, she was very upset. She kept asking if there was any chance. She kept asking us if we knew if the person ambulance 1 had transported was alive or dead, and we could not speak to that. She asked if somebody could be alive in the snow without a jacket for many hours, correct?
Correct.
So 2022, there was no mention of many hours. 2024, over time, now that's the first time that you mention the words many hours in your testimony regarding this case, correct?
Correct.
Right? And when you testified last year, you testified still that she was asking you a question about surviving in the snow, correct?
Correct.
So then we come to yesterday on direct examination. Do you recall that Mr. Brennan yesterday asked you, before you left, were you having any conversations with the defendant? And you answered yes. Recall that yesterday?
Is that at the hospital?
I'm asking you yesterday, do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you before you left essentially the scene, were you having any conversations with the defendant? And your answer was yes.
You're talking about Lee, I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about the same instance. Are we talking about when we left the hospital or when we left Fairview Road?
When you left, when you were at Fairview Road, leaving Fairview Road, we're talking about the same subject of what Ms. Reed supposedly told you or asked you. Okay, Mr. Brennan went into that with you.
So on the
direct.
way to, you're talking on the way to the hospital in terms of left, when we left.
Well, before you left, he meant before you left the scene.
Okay,
When
no,
you
I'm
were-
just trying to clarify.
Again, it's the same conversation, Mr. Whitley. I'm not
So,
trying to trick you.
Mr. Yannetti, he just asked for a point of reference. It's clear. Now go.
Understood. And Mr. Brennan said, can you share with the jury what those conversations were about? And your answer was, so we were talking, she was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, even sitting outside in the snow without any coat for many hours. Do you recall that answer that you gave yesterday on direct examination?
Yes.
And that was the first time that you mentioned that she said supposedly or asked supposedly about him sitting outside in the snow, correct?
I was just using phrases generally speaking.
Not my question.
I wasn't at that point I was paraphrasing. I was not speaking verbatim to what she said.
Let's try that again. That was the first time that you mentioned that she claimed or asked that he was sitting outside, correct?
It could have been sitting, laying, being.
Let's try it a third time.
So
Was
just ask the question, not let's try it.
Sure.
Let's try it.
Was that the first time that you testified under oath that Ms. Reed said or asked about him sitting outside?
Are you asking me to clarify whether she used the
I'm not
word
asking you
sitting?
to clarify anything. I'm asking you whether that was the first time yesterday during direct examination that you mentioned that she asked about him sitting outside.
I'm sorry. I am very confused because I'm trying to figure out if he was being outside, sitting outside.
I'm asking you about Ms. Reed's statements, sir. That's all I've been asking you about. Her
Okay.
statements to you and your testimony about her statements to you. Was yesterday on direct examination the first time that you testified under oath that Ms. Reed mentioned the words sitting outside?
I don't know.
All right.
I'm just using, she might have said laying outside, being outside, outside.
Okay, so when you testified yesterday before this jury
Yes,
that she mentioned the words sitting outside, you're now saying that that might not have been accurate, correct?
it could have been a different word.
Okay, but you didn't say it could have been a different word yesterday. You just left it as sitting outside, correct?
Yeah, That's what I said, sitting.
All right, so now we get from, the grand jury with many hours mentioned, to questions about many hours, to sitting outside, to let's talk about what you said on cross-examination.
I object.
Okay, the objection sustained.
Sure. On cross-examination, your words were, she said he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours, correct?
She had asked if he had been outside, if there was any chance he could be alive, even though he was outside without a jacket for many hours.
So it always was a question, correct?
It was a question.
She never said what you said on cross-examination yesterday, which was she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours. That was not a declarative statement by Ms. Reed, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Was that a declarative statement by Ms. Reed?
She asked if he could be alive without a jacket in the snow for many hours.
So again, it was a question, sir.
She asked me, and we were just trying to give her hope in terms of telling stories of hypothermic patients that could survive outside in the snow.
Okay, is there any redirect?
Briefly.
Okay.
When you were called to the grand jury, was the testimony as in-depth and as long as it is in front of this jury?
No, not even close.
When you're recounting your memories of what happened, do you memorize word for word what you've said in the past?
Objection.
As to that form, it's sustained.
When you're recounting the past, do you record your statements personally?
Objection.
I'm going to let that one. Do you record your statements?
No,
Next question.
When you testified in the grand jury, page 90, line 15, and you said the defendant told you, I'm upset if he dies, I want to die. And then you later testify last year, and you said, if my husband dies, I want to die. Do you notice the little differences between those phrases?
I do.
Is that you making up words?
No,
Is that you trying to help a case?
Objection.
As to form, that's sustained.
Are you inventing facts?
no,
Sir, when you were recounting what happened that day, are you using your best memory?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were asked by the defendant, about how long, or someone out in the snow without a jacket for many hours, do you remember that conversation with her?
I do.
Where were you during that conversation?
We were in the back of the ambulance.
Do you remember it distinctly?
I remember it distinctly. She was looking at me.
When you tried to give her hope and comfort, and you told her stories about other situations where people, maybe children, have fallen through the ice and had hypothermia, did you have that conversation with her in trying to comfort her?
I did.
Do you remember that conversation?
I do.
Did you necessarily share those conversations with the grand jury?
I don't recall if I did or I didn't.
Did you ever write that in your report?
No,
Is it something you typically put everything in your report?
no, we do not write. Generally, we only write patient complaint, what happened, what they did, not their opinions or anything like that to what's going on.
Do you have any interest in the outcome of this case?
I do not.
How long have you been a firefighter for?
Since March of 2006 and an EMT since November of 2002.
Over 20 years.
Correct.
You said that you live near Kerry Roberts?
I do.
You've been to a block party for the kids where you've brought the fire engine down?
I do.
I'm going to allow it.
When you're at that block party, do you ever step out and have secret meetings with Kerry Roberts trying to corroborate some conspiracy on their behalf?
No,
I'm going to allow it.
no.
Put your career on the line?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Any follow-up, Mr. Yannetti?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Firefighter Whitley, you were all set. sir.
Like to play clip 5, Your Honor?
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean Demoulas.
Your Honor, can you approach the courtroom before this?
Okay.
Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You can scooch in close to the microphone, thanks.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jean Demoulas. I am the general manager at CF McCarthy's in Canton.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up if you would, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
You said you're the general manager at CF McCarthy's?
In Canton, yes.
Thank you. How long have you been the general manager at CF McCarthy's in Canton for?
For 6 years.
Can you briefly describe for the jury what CF McCarthy's is?
It is a restaurant and bar.
At CF McCarthy's, is there a video surveillance system inside?
Yes.
Who owns that video surveillance system?
CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with the video system?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at it before?
Yes.
Do you employ people to help the establishment with the video system?
No.
You maintain it on your own?
Yes.
At some point, were you visited by somebody from the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Were you asked whether or not they could view some of your video surveillance?
Yes.
Do you remember the date? Not the date they came to visit you, the date that they were looking for.
I believe it was January 28th, 27th, 28th of 2022.
Around that time?
Yes.
Did you allow access to the video system?
Yes.
Did you oversee that access to the video system?
Yes.
Was it a state police officer?
It was two state police detectives.
Do you remember their names?
I remember one of the detectives' names. I do not remember the other detective.
The one you remember, could you share the name?
It was Detective Buchnick, Yuri.
Detective Yuri Buchnick.
Yes.
At At some point, was he allowed to download information from the system?
Yes.
Did you watch him do that?
Yes, I did.
At some point, have you been able to briefly look at some of that download?
Yes.
And does it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the surveillance or the area of your bar?
Yes.
Move to introduce.
Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Yannetti?
There is no objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 18, so marked.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I play just a small portion?
Sure.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to show you just some random shots from this video, but I want to know if you recognize it. Is this the inside of C.F. McCarthy's?
Yes.
I'm not asking if you have any particular knowledge or information about that night. I just want to know if, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what C.F. McCarthy's looks like?
Yes.
Has there been any substantive, significant changes to the inside of that establishment
No.
since this video was taken?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay.
I have no questions.
All right. Mr. Lewis, you all set.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I'll step them down.
No, second, counsel.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Bridget Meehan.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning. Just step around.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Bridget Meehan.
Where do you work?
I work at the Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton.
The name maybe tells us a little bit about it, but could you just share a couple lines of what the Waterfall Bar and Grill is?
It's a small family-owned business in Canton. It's in a mixed condo complex.
Are you involved in the ownership of it?
Yes.
How long have you been involved with the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
We've been there approximately 10 years.
Do you help run the establishment?
Yes, I do.
And you were running the establishment back on January 28, 2022? At some point, were you asked or visited to see if your establishment had video surveillance of the inside?
I was.
Does your establishment have video surveillance of the inside?
It does.
Do you have a camera and a server?
Do I have? Yes, I do.
Did you provide video surveillance to the Massachusetts State Police from that night, January 28, 2022?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd like to move this in as an exhibit, please.
Okay. Mr. Yannetti?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibit 22.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to show you just a brief clip. Okay, stop, please. Do you see that video?
I do.
Does that depict the inside of McCarthy's?
No.
I'm sorry, the waterfall?
Yes.
I'm trying to switch establishments on you. Back on January 28, 2022, does that look the way it looked then?
Yes.
Has there been any significant changes inside since then?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I
Okay.
have no questions.
All right, Ms. Meehan, you.
Thank you.
And I'll just step them down.
All right, your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Commonwealth calls Mike Camerano.
Alana, can you follow me? So step forward, face the front, raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning.
May I?
Please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, good morning. My name is Michael Camerano.
Mr. Camerano, can I ask how old you are? I'm sorry.
Spell your last name.
Camerano.
And so if you could either move the microphone down a little bit or speak up, or maybe a combination of both, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask you how old you are?
48,
Where do you live?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
Me and my wife have lived there for 20 years. Me and my wife have lived there for 20 years. We have 2 children.
How old are your children, sir?
My daughter is 17. My son is 14.
Did you know John O'Keefe?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I met John for the first time at his sister's they had a benefit for his sister in 2013. I met John there for the first time. Then years later, our kids got involved with sports together and they became very close. As they became close, I became very close with John and his family.
Was your daughter close with John's niece?
Yes.
Was your son close with?
Yes.
Did you spend a lot of time together through sports and socially?
Yes, we did.
I want to take you forward to January 28th of 2022.
Okay.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Had you, without any discussion of what might have been said, did you have any discussions with John that day?
Yes.
Did you have a plan?
Yes, we were communicating.
At some point, did you decide that you were going to spend some time or go meet John?
Yes. That Friday, my daughter and his daughter, they got acceptance letters to school. So we wanted to get them together so they could enjoy the time together. And, just, go over like how it'll be so much fun, something new and different. Yeah, so we were going to meet up after I got out of work.
Was your daughter planning to go to a new school?
Yes.
Where?
Bishop Fan,
And how about his niece?
same.
They both got accepted to
They
the
both
same
got
school?
accepted to the same school.
Was it a celebratory move?
Yes.
Did you have a plan to bring the children together so they could celebrate?
Yes, we did.
And then separately, you were going to meet John and celebrate?
Correct.
Where did you drop your daughter off?
I dropped my daughter off at John. I went into John's. I was at the house with John and the girls, and we had a little celebration. Talked about how nice it's going to be, fun, change, different, meet new people.
And you celebrated at John's house before you went out?
Correct.
After the celebration with your children, did you and John leave?
Yes.
During that celebration, was there anybody there other than you, John, and your 2 daughters?
No. No. Karen was not there.
Was there anybody else there?
No, just the 2 girls, myself and John.
What was the weather like that night?
It was cold. It was not snowing yet.
Was there an expectation for
Yes,
the
there's
next
an
morning?
expectation. Yes,
What was that?
that there was going to be a big snowstorm coming in.
A storm was coming.
Yes.
When you left, did you leave in a separate car than John, or did you leave together?
No, we left together. John got in my car and we were leaving. We're going to leave.
Where were the girls?
The girls are in the house, stayed in the house.
They were staying at John's house?
Yes, correct.
Where did you go?
We went to CF McCarthy's.
When you got there, did you know anybody who was there other than you and John?
At that time, no.
Did you spend time at CF McCarthy's?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
Yes,
Was John drinking?
yes,
Alcohol?
yes.
How long were you there for?
A couple hours.
While you were there, did anybody come and meet you that you knew?
Yes.
Who?
A friend. And then Karen came in.
The friend,
Yes.
what was the friend's name?
Kurt.
And then how long after you first got there was it that the defendant arrived?
I would like to say within an hour, so not 100% sure.
You said back home it was a celebratory mood. Was it still a celebratory mood at McCarthy's?
Yes.
When the defendant arrived, did she spend time with you and John?
I've talked briefly to her, and her and John were mostly talking.
You didn't see any issues?
No.
It was a normal night,
Seemed to be, yes.
as far as you could see.
Yes.
And you saw John drinking.
Yes.
Did you see the defendant drinking?
I saw her with a glass, yes.
Did you leave at the same time that John left?
No, I did not.
When you left, was John still at the establishment?
Yes.
When you left, was the defendant still with him?
Yes.
Why did you leave?
I left because I got a phone call. My son was playing hockey in a backyard, and he got hit with a stick and lost his tooth.
Oh. Where did you go?
I went to my son's friend's house.
Do you know about what time that was when you went to see your son?
I would like to say 9:30, between 9:30 and 10.
You didn't go back to McCarthy's that night, did you?
No, I did not.
After you helped your son, where did you go next?
I went to pick up my daughter, Madeline,
Did you go?
at John's house.
Did you go in John's house?
No, I did not.
When you got to John's house, did your daughter come out?
No. We went to the side door
Okay.
and rang the doorbell.
And then what happened?
And then my daughter came to the door.
Where'd you go?
From there, we left and went home.
When you went home, had the weather changed at all?
It was cool. It might have been flurrying at that time.
No accumulation?
No.
You got home?
Yes.
Did you do anything significant when you got home?
Put the kids to bed, my son, and no, I went to bed.
What's the next thing you remember happening?
Waking up to, I missed some phone calls
Who were the missed phone calls from?
my wife and Karen.
What did you do?
I called my wife.
After speaking to your wife, what did you do?
I got in my car and drove to John's house.
About what time was this?
In between maybe 5 and 6 a.m.
What was your mood at that point?
I was panicked
Why did you go to John's house?
because I went to get Kaylee.
Did you know if she was alone?
Yes,
How long did it take you to get to John's house?
maybe 5-7 minutes.
When you get to John's house, what do you see?
I pull in the driveway. I see that the garage door is open. I go in through the garage door. I don't know if Kaylee was standing there, if the door, she came out the door, and I asked her, if she needed anything, she could get in my car and stay warm.
When you first saw Kaylee, what did she look like?
She looked distraught.
Did you try to help her?
Well, I think I just said everything will be okay.
Did she come with you?
Yes,
Where are you going?
to my house.
So what happens?
So we go to my house, and my daughter's up, and the two girls they were hanging downstairs, just hanging out, just being kids. And then, I don't know, a couple hours later, maybe, Paul called me. and asked me to bring Kaylee home.
Did you know anything at that point?
I did, yes.
You did or didn't?
At that point, I did when Paul had told me.
So what do you do?
Asked Madeline and Kaylee if, I'd say, Madeline, we come for the ride. I don't say anything to Kaylee, and we get in the car and I start heading back to John's house.
And you didn't say anything to Kaylee?
No, I didn't. I just said everything will be all right. She had a feeling.
Why do you say that?
She didn't want to go home.
So what happens next?
So I pull in the driveway, and I remember Paul and Papa standing. I think they were standing at the side door, and we just embraced.
Did you stay?
No, not long. No,
Did you go back?
I was to the house. I went back to my house.
Did you go back to John's house?
I did the next day. Yes, I was there.
When you went back, were there people there?
Yes,
Many?
there was people coming and going.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good morning, Mr. Camerano.
Good morning.
This is quite painful for you to remember the events of January 28th, is it not?
Yes,
You were very close with your friend John O'Keefe, correct?
was close with them. Yes,
And you actually met Karen Reed through John, correct?
correct.
After meeting Karen, you spent a good amount of time with both Karen and John, correct?
Correct.
As of January 28th of 2022, you had known Karen for maybe about a year or so,
Sounds correct.
and you'd see them especially on Fridays, correct?
Correct.
That would be sort of the day that you get together with both of them often.
Yes,
And of course, your children spent a lot of time with John and Karen, right?
correct.
You entrusted both Karen and John with your kids.
Yes,
Sometimes your kids would even go on vacation with Karen and John, right?
they did go to the Cape. Yes,
Sometimes you'd see Karen without John at your house or on a ball field. And your daughter in particular would sometimes spend time with just Karen without John, correct?
correct.
Your daughter would sometimes go over to Karen's house in Mansfield when she lived there, correct?
Correct.
And obviously, when your daughter would go to Karen's house in Mansfield, Karen would be the one in charge of caring for her, correct?
Correct.
And you were fine with that because you liked and you trusted Karen, right?
Correct.
And in your view, Karen was very good with kids, right?
Correct.
But you also had the opportunity to see Karen and John together, right?
Yes,
You saw how they interacted with each other over that year period that you knew Karen.
yes,
You saw how they got along.
yes.
And you never observed any arguments or bickering, correct?
I mean, they argued and bickered.
You had previously testified that you wouldn't even call it arguing, you just call it banter, right?
Yes, I mean, he would, I mean, no, he would get upset or like over if she bought expensive things for the kids.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
we will get to that. That would be the one thing that John would complain about, Karen buying like very nice things for his niece and nephew, right?
Correct.
Or he'd complain if, Karen was taking his niece and other girls to get their nails done, like extravagances like that.
Correct.
And one specific memory you have is when Karen bought his niece a very expensive sweater, right?
Correct?
And you recall John telling you that he wished that she hadn't done that because he considered that to be spoiling the girl, correct?
Yes.
But it was very clear to you from your observations that Karen really, really liked John. I'm sorry, John really, really liked Karen, right?
Sustained.
He certainly never told you or even suggested he was thinking about or planning to break up with Karen, right?
No.
Okay, so with regard to that Friday night, January 28th, sir, the plan was for you and John to go to McCarthy's to have some drinks because there was a storm coming in, correct? And because of the celebration of the girls getting into Bishop Fen?
Well, yeah, we were going out. It wasn't a continuation of the celebration of the girls. We were going out to have a few beers as guys.
Okay. And when you were leaving the house, John asked you to move your car, right?
Correct.
Where was your car when John asked you to move it that night?
Actually, I backed up my car. We were leaving the driveway, and John asked me to stop so he could move his car.
I see. And he wanted you to move your car because of the storm coming in, and you wanted Karen to be able to pull her car into the garage, right?
Correct.
And that was really thoughtful of him, wasn't it?
Yes, extremely.
And it showed you that he was being chivalrous toward Karen that night, right?
Yes.
He didn't want Karen to be out in the heavy snow later when she returned to his house during the expected blizzard, right?
Sustained.
You took from that there was an expectation that Karen would be coming back to his house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had no inkling that day that anything was wrong between Karen and John, correct?
No.
Everything seemed fine between the two of them, right?
Yes, he did mention though that night that he didn't understand why Karen had a plumber go to the house.
Because he had somebody that could have done that work instead of paying for the plumber, right?
Well, yes.
Okay.
And
But in any case, the plan was for Karen to meet up with the two of you, right?
yes,
And she did show up to McCarthy's at about 8:30 p.m. or so.
yes, I guess if
And-
that's the time.
And you saw an affectionate.
I'm sorry, what was the answer that you
If
said?
that was the time, I'm not sure about the timeline.
Okay. It was sometime after you'd
Yes.
gotten there. Right.
Correct.
But you do remember when Karen arrived, there was an affectionate greeting between John and Karen, right?
Yes,
You saw them kiss, right?
yes,
You saw John put his arm around Karen,
correct,
and you saw that Karen sort of nestled into his embrace.
correct.
And when she did that, that's when he kissed her, correct?
Yes,
And they seemed happy to see each other, did they not?
they did.
That night they were affectionate,
Yes,
laughing,
yes,
happy,
yes,
like a normal couple.
yes.
No arguments.
No,
You witnessed no bickering, no tension, correct?
no,
And during the month before John's passing, that January of 2022, you observed their relationship in your presence to be normal, caring, and affectionate, right?
yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
You were asked a number of questions about the relationship between John and Karen that night. Do you know what was going on behind closed doors other than what you saw?
I'll allow it.
No,
Do you know whether or not they texted each other that day?
no, that day, no.
Do you know whether or not there was any arguments that day?
I'll allow it.
Not to my, no, I don't know if they were, I don't know if they were arguing over the plumber situation. I
Do you
don't
know
know.
if there's any vulgarities that day?
No,
Do you know if there's any vulgarities that night?
no, not to my knowledge.
Do you know whether or not John was trying to end the relationship with Miss Reed?
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
No.
Next question.
Do you know if there was any jealousy in that relationship?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I mean, I mean, Karen wouldn't let, I mean, they did everything together, a lot of things together. And I thought at times, yeah, you could see, you know, she didn't want other women around John. I don't know, not at that, but
Thank you.
You follow up? All right, Mr. Camerano, you're all set, sir.
So I'll just get them down.
I'll see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
May I?
Please.
I'm going to recall Nick Garino.
Okay.
Sir, you can have a seat. I'll remind you you're still in your room.
Or stand, however you're most comfortable today. Just do whatever you need to do, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, everyone.
Sir, yesterday we talked about downloading phones and making what you called extractions.
Yes,
And from that data, you could create different types of reports.
So have Detective Guarino say his name again, please.
I'm sorry. Again, for the record, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
yeah. Good morning. My name is Nicholas Guarino, Guarino.
Thank you.
Sir, you mentioned yesterday that you downloaded a number of phones, or you were involved in the process of downloading a number of phones.
That's correct.
You explained to us that after you have the data analyzed, you can pinpoint certain items that you may want to put in a document.
Yes, so the extractions into a program of our choosing, Cellbrite is the most commonly used, and then we can take call logs or text messages, any information that the investigator is looking for.
When you downloaded Mr. O'Keefe's phone and you downloaded the defendant's phone, did you try to create, or did you create a report through Cellbrite, the software, that would show you all of Mr. O'Keefe's call logs?
Yes, I did.
And when I use the term call logs, what does that mean?
The call logs are the calls that the phone receives.
How do you create a report from Cellbrite? Can you just walk us through that process briefly?
Yep, so in the program, you can go in and select the calls from it and export it into different formats, PDF, XML, HTML, or you can create a portable case and extract them all as a portable case that we would see on my computer.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a document of Mr. O'Keefe's call logs. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what is it?
it is the call logs. Just want to make sure it's between John O'Keefe and the defendant from, so let me see the dates, the 28th, January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Would this contain all the phone calls from his phone data for the calls between those two parties that night?
Yes, that's what I created.
Thank you. I'd like to move this as an exhibit, please.
So,
If I could, Your Honor, just want to compare to make sure we have the same.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Consent.
Okay.
No objection.
You captured all of the phone calls between two parties on that last document. Can you also do that with chats?
Yes, that is true.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you create a document of chats between the phones of the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe for after midnight, for the evening hours of January 29, 2002?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm good.
You recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what that is?
These are the texts from the defendant to John O'Keefe. Yes,
For January 29th, 2022?
yes, that's correct. So I'm sorry.
Okay. I move this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay,
No objection, Your Honor.
thank you.
Exhibit 24.
Did you identify or specify chat messages between John O'Keefe and a person named Jen McCabe?
Yes, I did.
Did you create a Cellbrite report?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Can we have just a brief moment, please?
It's sidebar?
No.
Just the two of you?
Compare them, what we have.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're welcome.
Sir, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, this is the text messages between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe on 29th on January 29th, 2022.
And this is through a search of Cellbrite. You match their data, pull up all of their conversations.
Yes, that's
By
correct.
chat.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I move to introduce this, please, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 25.
Similarly to the chats, did you do the same with calls between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a document, sir. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the call log between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe for, just want to make sure I get all the dates correct, just for January 29th, 2022.
I move this to evidence, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 26.
Did you do a file extraction and a report on all chats between the phones of John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Getting you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant from January 28th to January 29th, 2022.
Your Honor, move this into evidence.
Okay. Mr. Alessi?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right. Thank you.
Exhibit 27.
Did you have an opportunity to make a report from some of the data from the defendant's phone from January 29, 2022?
What are you referring? I did make some reports from the defendant's phone.
What's a call log report?
Again, the call log report is the calls that the party makes to another phone. So it's going to show everyone they've called or attempted to call.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
And could you tell the jury what it is?
it's the call log from the defendant's phone for January 29th, 2022. It looks like everyone's she called.
Introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 28.
What we just introduced into evidence is the entire call log of calls to anybody and everybody to and from for that period of time.
Yes,
That's fair to say?
yes, that's correct.
And then can you further isolate calls between just two parties?
Yes, you can. You can search by phone number or name.
And did you do that with the defendant's records for some parties?
Yes, I did.
Did you isolate phone calls between the defendant and Ms. McCabe for the evening of January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Guys, take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the phone calls from the defendant and Jennifer McCabe, January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Exhibit 29.
Did you isolate calls between the defendant and Ms. Roberts for the night of January 29, 22?
Yes, I did.
Can I see the last exhibit, please? Thank you, sir. I asked you to take a look at that document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Could you share with the jury what it is?
Yep. It's the call logs between the defendant and Carrie Roberts for January 29th, 2022. Yes,
And that's a report you created.
yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Exhibit 30.
Did you have an opportunity to isolate and produce a report for all chats between the defendant and Ms. Roberts for the night of January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury what that is?
This is text messages between the defendant and Carrie Roberts on January 29th, 2022.
I would move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Jurors, this is the way we have to put evidence in cases in Massachusetts, okay?
Exhibit 31.
So do you have an opportunity to identify a text message or a chat between the defendant and a person by the name of Ingrid on the morning 22.
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
And move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 32.
If this is a good time, if Your Honor would permit.
Okay.
Jurors, what we're going to do is we will take our morning recess now, and we'll take 20 minutes to a half an hour, and we'll see you then.
Hey, friends. Hold on, my son is calling me. Hold on. Hey, friends. All right, I gotta put you on mute because my son just called. I have to make sure he's okay. Hold on. Take the stage, Lucas.
Hey, take the stage. Okay, what can we do? What about a joke? Right. Guy's got a pregnant wife. She's about to give birth. They're at home. So he rings 911, speaks to the operator. He says, "Can you send an ambulance immediately? My wife's heavily pregnant. She's about to give birth." The operator asks, "Is this her first child?" The guy says, "No, it's her fucking husband." Well, what can we say about this morning? There's not a lot we can talk about this morning. We've had the two owners of the bars, CF McCarthy's and Waterfall, both confirmed that they have CCTV cameras installed and the ability to record, which we already know, but obviously the jury doesn't. John O'Keefe's good friend, Mr. Camerino, if I'm saying his name right, I thought Brennan pushed hard on the aspect and potential of, were they lovey-dovey or were they having arguments? I'm sure he would have liked to have driven his crowbar into that one and fabricated some make-believe evidence that there was a problem. Apparently, the only problem they had was with the plumber. It was the plumber's fault. The plumber did it with the water pipe in the conservatory on that one. And then we've got I forgot his first name. Is it Anthony Garino? Or is it Anthony Flamati? I don't know. Garino. What I can say about this guy would probably get me locked up by the FBI. He seems like what I call an end user. He's very familiar with the way the information is produced.
Nikki, Lucas, are you guys gonna take over here?
Yeah.
Okay, because I have to make a phone call. I have a son that's stuck in a parking lot somewhere, and I gotta go call my other son, and I don't have jumper cables. So, you guys take over the break.
Okay.
We get it. All right.
Go ahead, Lucas. I'm listening.
I'm not sure if anybody heard what I was talking about earlier.
No, we all did. You're talking about Garino.
Garino, yeah.
Yep.
He seems like an end user. He's knowledgeable about how the information's produced, but not about how how to get it. And I know there's a lot of talk around now about some 30,000 text messages missing from the Sandra Birchmore case. That is not a difficult thing to do if you're using the software in the wrong way. You know, it's a bit like looking at the back page of the newspaper and complaining that you can't read what's on the front of it, because you're looking at the back of the newspaper, not at the front. And I'm going to put it in layman's terms. I'm not going to get all technical because there's only Amy's going to understand any of that. But when you're extracting data, you've got to be dealing with it's two formats, binary or hexadecimal. And God forbid anybody who works in hexadecimal, it was spawned by the fucking devil. But binary data, when you're dealing with that, you've got to have the software that supports what you want to get out of it. So there's many different types of software. And within the different types of software, there's many tools which deals with that specific software. Like Celebrite has a set of tools called UFED. And I forget what UFED stands for, but it's something, sounds nice.
Feels like you just called me like a bad name or something.
No, I only do that when we're getting smoochy, darling. But but yeah, every software has its own set of tools, and you know, it's like you can't plug a Bosch battery into a Black & Decker fucking application, you know, a drill or whatever. It just doesn't fit. And so the tools that are designed to work with the software only work with that software. And the software itself, one might be good at extracting call logs. The other one might be good at extracting databases like, what's it called? Sanderson Forensic. That is good at databases. Axiom, hang on, I'm going back years now. Axiom is good at, oh God, I'm not going to say it if I'm not entirely sure, but Celebrite and Graykey are like your general purpose phone extraction software. It does a good job of everything.
Yeah.
But there are ways and means and tools to use that are really, really good.
Yeah, you've explained this to me before.
Have I? Before.
Yeah.
Before. Go on.
Smooch,
Give it me,
smooching.
Nikki. Before. I can't say it properly.
No, properly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Properly. So yeah, where Garino's concerned, I just don't know what to think because.
Who do we think is going to cross him? Do you think it's going to be do you think it's going to be Alessi?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You see, people are saying that Alessi's got a lot of experience with this kind of thing, but
right.
He's got a lot of experience at dealing with what do they call it? Plus 300 companies or something like that.
He's got experience with what?
Dealing nationally and internationally with different companies.
Oh, I thought you something else. Okay, go ahead.
So I'm not really knowledgeable about Robert Alessi's experience, but I'd like to see him get up there and talk tech with Garino.
Yeah.
I just think that Brennan is doing a bit of a lally, but he is building.
What Mary said, because that's why I think it's going to be Alessi too, because he's the one doing all the objections, calling out the objections.
That could be right.
Shit. What's he going to be mowing? Go ahead.
But Brennan's calling witnesses. He so far, apart from Camerino, we could have done without the other three witnesses.
Correct. Yeah, but they're just there. I think to say that the video was basically, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the
Amy and I have met a couple of them. They're nice.
Who's nice?
The waitresses and stuff. and the manager of CF McCarthy's.
I thought you two spent your lives in it. I thought you had like take your sleeping bag with you when you go to CF McCarthy's.
Well, no. No. Your sleeping bag? What would you need a sleeping bag for?
I'm trying to say that you go to CF McCarthy's and never go home.
Oh, yeah, no, that's, yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Thank God we called it Ubers. When we went.
Yeah, that was funny when you said me and Amy only got 2 hours sleep last night. My mind
Yeah.
immediately went dirty and thought, I want to watch that video.
Of course it did, Lucas.
Yeah,
of course
yeah,
it
yeah.
did. No, Amy and I, we have a tendency of coming up with the best ideas, and we do our best sleuthing in the middle of the night. It's weird. Like
yeah, you've got to.
Amy and I, like when we get like sleep deprived, that's when shit starts really like puzzling together.
Yeah.
For us, it's so
I do
odd.
most of mine in the morning because of the time difference. You're 5 hours behind me.
I know, yeah. We talked about the
So-
UK because like my buddy that lives in Birmingham.
Birmingham? They all talk like that in Birmingham.
Yeah.
You're
They call
right,
them
mate.
Brummies. The Brummies.
From Brummies. Brummies, they talk like that, all right. I shouldn't take the piss, honestly. But
what
yeah,
do you, So what do you think? So keep going about Garino because I'm interested in what you know since you're such a tech guy.
well, hang on a minute, my phone's beeped. I'm going to ignore it. Garino, like I say, he's...
Don't die on me,
He's
Lucas. It's just you and I up here.
he's an expert for the police.
Right. Which is scary.
I've worked with so many people in the past, and there are a lot of people.
So true,
and
Amy.
you might be surprised, but there are a lot of people who profess to know more than what they actually do.
Yeah.
And they start talking about things in terms that might sound good to people who don't know anything about it, but to people who do, you know, you want to ask more questions and you're always expecting more. And this is when Garino's talking, he's saying, oh yeah, we do this because we get the database and we're able to look at all the information in it, and you know, we get a call log. And I'm thinking, well, yeah, that's all well and good, but any idiot can press a button or click a mouse and get that information.
Hold on. Yeah.
It's how you've got it and what you've done to get that information, and the metadata that is all important in these investigations. If you don't have that, you could just make it up from anywhere and say, oh well, this came from Nikki's phone. You know,
Right.
I could put a load of information together and just give it out and say I got this from Nikki.
Oh, gee, well, listen, you ain't gonna drive the bus over me. I'm smarter than that, Lucas.
Hey,
We'll
I have a
find out.
question because sorry, my son I told him he had to go buy jumper cables at Walmart. I'm like, you're stuck in the Walmart parking lot. Go buy Walmart jumper cables and ask someone to jump you. So, my question is, the lady that they had up about the waterfall, I didn't catch that one because I was on the phone with my sister.
Which one?
Can you guys
The
tell me what
manager?
happened with that?
The manager, it was very quick. He just basically asked who she was, what she did, and you know, if she was working that night, yada yada.
So it basically
It was-
useless.
It was useless, yeah. It was
I don't
hankified.
understand his witness lineup.
Yeah.
At least with Lally, I could get that it was, you know, firefighters, paramedics, police, you know, friends, you know, it started with family, friends, and all that other stuff. So like, and I see that she allowed the, and his mother reached over the and said, well, guess what? I talk like that too. So I don't think many people are going to be worried about that. Hey!
Useless. They were just there to. I don't know what they were. Well, they were just there to kind of vouch. For the,
You've got to, you know, always look at the big picture in court trials. But Brennan hasn't got a lot, and you know he's He's not calling witnesses like Lally. Lally had a procedure from start to end, but Hank Brennan,
did.
he's
He's all over the place.
He's calling witnesses from
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he sat like Lally started from the front to the end, and yeah, Brennan's like hopping around.
Yeah,
Well,
Amy's
Nikki,
asking.
Amy wants to know what we thought of Michael Caramino's testimony, and do you think it was negative to Karen?
Not in
I
any way.
personally don't think it was negative at all.
No, I agree. I think that was
think-
absolutely going to promote Karen.
I think he was a genuine friend, and you could see how much it hurt. Still,
I've
hurts.
always liked Mike Camerano. I think that he was very he was one of John's greatest friends.
And
the people that John was hanging out with that night were none of his friends.
And the only thing
you need to realize who your true friends are in life, and they weren't it.
Fucking men to that. Sorry. Back to subject. So yeah, I think it was his testimony to me was truthful and honest, and his true feelings. You could tell by he's still. How many times do you see guys like that cry over a friend? Even
he choked up a bit, didn't he?
Yeah, and so to me, he is a true friend who truly loved John, and I think that he knows John loved Karen, and he wants to do what he can to help John, of course. But I don't think by any means he was out of place or made it negative. I think if anything, the only thing he said that could be negative was that she didn't like other women around all the time. And what fucking woman wants another man or a woman around their man?
yeah.
Especially when their man drinks a lot.
Well, you're dealing with individuals on that score. If somebody won't entertain that, if your guy doesn't like women smooching around him, then you can trust him. But if he loves the attention, then you're thinking, well, he might be tempted,
Yeah. Dee Marie, those are my birds. My husband has taught them to sing, and they don't shut up. So. He would play.
I thought
they're cockatiels, so he plays videos for YouTube of them singing, and now he just sits there and sings. So, but yeah, I think that
you should put me on the phone with them.
They're very cute.
I'll teach them all kinds of stuff.
They like to talk a lot, and it makes my Bengal cat fucking crazy. Crazy.
All right. So, what do you think? What's going to happen with Alessi? You think he's going to go all in?
Well, he needs to get
Alessi's going to.
Like
I do
Nettie.
think
Nettie was no fucks given this morning. He was fired up.
Oh, the
I
defense
love when
team,
Nettie
they're
gets
pissed.
mad.
They're pissed and they're ready to fight.
Yeah.
And so far, I feel like nothing they've done has been bad. I feel like if I were a juror who knew nothing about this case, that I would be like, oh, wow. Oh, okay. Wait a second.
What were you going to say, Lucas?
I don't think it's a good look for the jury when defense get too hard on the witnesses. Like
I
Kelly
agree.
just said, Yannetti was going hard.
I do
and
agree.
It's not a good look. So
I do agree.
They need to keep it.
I love
civil
it only because
and-
I'm a firecracker, but I do agree because people in Norfolk County, they're a little soft, and I think that it could be a bad look, but
I mean, for me personally, I think it just depends. I personally, I don't think it was I like it. I think that, and honestly, I was watching my boyfriend, and he did a poll yesterday asking, because people were like, oh my God, he's going to be so hard on Carrie Roberts, and should he have been that hard? And I was like, fucking yeah. Like, and he did a poll, and like 87% of the people in his chat believed that he was not hard enough on her.
She hasn't had anything hard for years. Come on, let's be honest.
She has gained a little bit of weight. Not to like body shame, but I didn't expect her to gain that much weight.
Well, it's just anatomy, isn't it?
And then, I mean, I don't know. Like
No.
they're gonna see. I think they see that Jen McCabe has been brought up a hell of a lot, and she has a lot to do with it. And it's gonna make sense to people that she's controlling the narrative.
Kelly, did you just say brought? Did you just say brought up?
Brothel?
Brothel?
Up. No, you said she was brought up.
Brought up a lot.
Brought up.
Jen McCabe wasn't brought up; she was dragged up.
Well, yeah, exactly. yeah.
She
Yeah.
got a jacked up mouth.
You see those videos from outside? Well, what is it called? Chicken Palm Charlie's pizza place. D&E Pizza. You see those videos, and you just think, "Oh my God, it's like a scene out of Shameless," you know?
Oh my God, you had no idea.
I can't wait. Chris is scared. He knows his selectman board seat's gonna be gone.
Well,
yeah.
Because the fact that they got John Connolly out of there after 30 years.
Yeah, that's huge. Yeah. Now
Yeah, but-
Rafferty is going.
Look at who they've replaced him with. I mean, the woman that's replaced him just made so much sense, and people are getting sick of it. So you can't be too surprised that he's lost his seat.
I think that's why they went to Rafferty and convinced her to retire.
Mm-hmm.
Because that way they didn't have to bring her back on, as
Yeah.
they don't have to deal with another 3 years of being attacked, because they are going to be attacked. The town is not letting up.
Yeah.
And
But with Alessi, if it is Alessi who's going to be cross-examining Garino, I want to hear him go into all the details of the different types of extraction. You know, like physical, logical, selective, advanced, all that kind of thing. And I want Garino to describe and explain exactly how they've done it, because if he knows his stuff, then they've done it properly. But if he doesn't, then that leaves it open to question of well, if they've made a mistake on this, what other mistakes have they made? So,
Right.
you know, it's going to be key towards the whole phone thing. And I'm quite sure defense have gone to the best people to do that. But as far as the police go, I would not trust them to wipe my ass for me. I really wouldn't.
no. And honestly, like, I don't know if did you guys watch Turtle Boy last night at all? Anybody?
No.
So he said that Alessi is supposed to be doing the closing. How do you guys feel about that?
Nick?
Huh?
Where's Nikki?
Nikki!
How do you say it, Kelly?
What?
How do you say Nikki?
Nikki?
Nikki.
Or Nick Deck, Pterodactyl?
Okay, I'll go then. Unless you're doing the closing, it really doesn't matter who does the closing as long as they get the facts straight. Appeal to the jury about reasonable doubt, because there's loads of it. I mean, you can basically pick any element, any scenario from this trial, any of the allegations and charges, and cast reasonable doubt on it. So
Right.
they don't have to try too hard. Whereas the prosecution, they've really got a mountain to climb. And anybody who says otherwise is not paying attention or being
Right.
honest. Nikki's
Right.
gone.
She left us.
Yeah.
She's like, screw you guys. But I honestly, like, he said something about he didn't think it was a good idea. And honestly, I think Alessi is a good idea. When Alessi talks, people listen. He's so passionate and he knows everything that's been left out. And he counts how many times Brennan says stuff in his, I mean, while he's sitting there at the table, he looks like he's doing nothing, like just doing whatever. And Brennan's sitting there speaking, and he literally counts how many times he makes misstatements of the same thing. And he'll call him out about it. Like, he knows everything to a T when it comes to that. And I feel like he's going to know everything throughout this court case that is going to be able to bring up to say, this is why it's all reasonable doubt.
Yeah,
And-
he's very logical and analytical,
Right.
and he's very systematic and
likable.
Well, he is. He's very likable. He's very clear in the way that he talks as well, and he spells things out so that there's absolutely no shadow of doubt or room for error.
Right.
And that's a really good thing. And I think that's why people do pay attention to him, because every word he speaks means something. Whereas with Brennan, you're just waiting for the next lie to flow from his mouth.
Right.
You know, and I totally agree with you about Alessi. He's an attribute to the defense team. He's a real asset.
Right. I think and he's, he contacted them. He offered his services for them. I mean, apparently there was quite a few attorneys that reached out offering their services.
They were lining up, weren't they? They were, yeah.
And now we have all these prosecutors that are coming out on YouTube and speaking about it and saying that it's a sham when nobody would say anything prior. And like the one that Turtle Boy just had a prosecutor from Indiana on, and he was like, there ain't no way I would have tried this case. Like, he said, I mean, like, these people are people are starting to see it. And I think that that's the one thing I didn't agree with Turtle Boy last night, was that I do think Alessi will be a good thing for the closing. I think it'll speak volumes, and I think that the jury's gonna like him, especially if Jackson and Yannetti are the bad guys to the two people to get information out of them.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean?
Jackson's like the great white shark, isn't he? And Yannetti's the wolf.
Yannetti is a wolf in sheep's clothing. That man, you don't even know he's coming.
Yeah.
And he will knock you out without a word. So
yeah, I just think they've got to. I mean, I'm not even thinking about closing arguments yet. I know. Well, going back to what you said about the lawyers, there's even people like Peter, lawyer, who's always been very, very fair.
And he is not anymore.
Yeah, he's seen the injustices that are going on, and of course the great Carl Steinbeck.
Oh, Carl! Oh, yeah.
He's the most decent and honest lawyer on the internet that I know about.
Except when it comes to the Adelsons, he has a lot of bias, and he don't like them, the Adelsons.
Well, going with
the
the Karen Reed case, he was very conservative, and recently, on the run up to the trial, in all these pre-trial hearings and motions, he's just completely lost it. And even though he's not disrespectful,
no, but he's angry.
He's just pointing all the errors and concerns and injustices. And if somebody like him is able to pull it apart like that, then this Carl Steinbeck, he's got 30 plus years experience in the U.S. military as a judge advocate. So
right,
you can't fault him.
No, and I like Carl. It took me a little bit to get used to his voice, how he does stuff. Yeah, he's very quiet and a little bit different,
soft spoken.
Yeah, it took me a little bit to get used to him, but now that I do, I really like him, and I watch him all the time. But also, like, you got brother counsel who refused to say what he believed, or if he thought there was conspiracy, and lately he's been letting it go.
Well, I've got to admit, I don't follow Brother Council. I don't follow quite a few of them. You know, I
I
like
started
to keep,
following Brother Council with the Adelson case.
yeah, I keep my feet on the ground and my head out of the clouds.
Yeah.
So, you know, when people start with all these theories, like they have been over the past day or so, on both sides of the fence, whether they think Karen's guilty or not guilty, people are
Exactly.
just making things up.
Yeah.
You know, I had a couple of not fallouts, but so we say inconsistencies with what people were claiming yesterday.
Right.
About Kerry Roberts. And you know, I just stated what I know, quoted the information, and just left it at that. So you can't
That's
do
why
more than
I
that.
like when we talk, because you actually give an honest opinion, and I love that you are so you know this case through and through. And a lot of people, I mean, I do too. I know Amy, and there's a few of us that do, and like most of us who've been watching it from the beginning, like you could throw out questions and we could probably tell you all the answers from the last trial, but you know, you actually get technical with certain things with the transcripts, and you go back and you read the transcripts and you make sure that that's what things are, you know, are there for. So
I do. I do.
I admire that about you, and that's why I like
I double check almost everything. And if somebody tells me something that I don't know or doesn't make sense, I will go and check it.
Misinformation is the worst. So, like, just
Well,
to say something. It's
yeah.
not.
It's like I think I said to Amy earlier, better to stay silent and be thoughtful than to open your mouth and prove it. You know, if you don't know what you're talking about, don't talk about it. That's my philosophy.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to advanced mathematics and physics, like when Dr. Rentschler and Dr. Wolf from ARCA, when they get on the stand, I'm just completely lost. You know, the means and methods, and we're back in court.
It's when they talk, I don't even know what they're saying. Sounds bad, but I have no idea what they're saying. Because
I'm watching on Law and Crime, so I think it's a few minutes ahead of where we're at.
Yeah,
that's why I've got several channels open, because I don't like to miss
hit-
anything before it happens. Oh, they're on another break.
No, they're coming back, it looks like. Let me see if
they've gone straight to a break. Bev must have only half drunk a White Claw. Sidebar. Yeah, but there are things I don't know what I'm talking about. And, you know, even I know what Amy does. And when she talks about certain things, I don't understand what she's talking about. So I just let her get on with it. And there's
you're both like super smart.
Well, it's just experience. I mean, there'll be things you can do, like cooking. I bet you know shit about cooking that I've never even tried, you know. And let's face it, food is more important than computers any day of the week.
Yeah. I'm right now. You know, sometimes the computers drive me crazy. I'm pretty good at them, but I like more of, you know, the programs and stuff. But Facebook right now, someone must have hacked my old my prior Facebook. I have the one I have right now is new, and they came in and completely
trusted.
Someone took it, locked it, and I put in my ID to say it's me, and it says, okay, here's your information to get in. And I go in to get in, and it's locked by two-factor authentication. I don't have that. So I'm in
Right.
I'm in a big circle.
Yeah, you're screwed. You'll never get that back.
Yeah.
Back in the day, we had a problem with one particular user from Sri Lanka who had gained access to the network and was locking people out. So, excuse me, I had an idea one day of creating a Google Mail account on a compromised computer. but I had an alternate email address that I linked to it. So the hacker logged in, stole the Google account, but of course it sent an email to the alternate email address, and it said, this account password has been changed. So then I used the IP address to completely packet bomb him for about 3 months. Anyway, court is definitely back now. Yeah.
Jury, please.
Perfect. All right, we'll talk soon.
Thank you.
All rise for the court, please. Reverend Edward. Court's back in session and may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Just a few more items I'd like you to recognize. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you an envelope. Do you know what's in that envelope?
Yes, it's the raw data extraction of John O'Keefe's cell phone.
All right, I ask it to be marked simply for identification, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Second folder.
Yes, it's the raw data extraction of Jen McCabe's cell phone that I created.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, I ask it to be marked for identification as well.
All right. Thank you.
Trooper, you shared with us that you downloaded the extraction of the phones that you identified and you made reports based on specific identified features. For example, a conversation between two people.
Yes, so I didn't do the extraction of Jen's phone, but I made those reports with the PDFs from the data extraction.
Relative to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant's phones, you created a document that provided us the phone calls between them on January 29th.
Yes, that's correct.
And separately, you also provided a document that included all of the chats or text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant on January 29th, 2022.
Yes, it also included the 28th.
Thank you.
Yes.
And in that compilation, did you put together or do you create or review a PowerPoint of those?
Yes, I did.
And what was the point of that?
Just to show the texts and calls in a chronological order, because that way you're not looking at two different documents, trying to compare and contrast the calls to text messages when each is coming in.
And did you begin that PowerPoint presentation with a call at 2:16:10 on January 28, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
And are there additional chats or text messages earlier that morning?
Yes, there's a handful starting around 9:45 a.m.
May I
Yes.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you a folder, sir. Could you take a look at it? Let us know if you recognize what's in it.
Yes. So this is the bulk of this is the PowerPoint calls and text messages, and at the beginning, there's the messages from before 2:16 in the morning.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Great, thank you.
For permission, I'd ask the witness to read the text messages from the morning hours and then we begin the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have a hard copy of those for me?
It was provided. I'll see if you have another copy if you don't have it.
All right, I have, it's in here, the pre-morning hours. The ones that we discussed at Sidebar. If you don't have them,
The defense has a copy for you, Your Honor.
thank you.
Madam? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Little.
Okay, thank you.
May we begin, Your Honor?
Please.
Could you first read the text messages from that morning to the jury?
Yes. Apologize if I misspelled things or state things. Start time, all right. It's a little different than the format I had before. All right, this is from Karen Reed to John O'Keefe. You have really hurt me this time. This was sent at 9:49, 20 seconds a.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy. This is sent at 10:02, 56 a.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm not the same as everyone else. Most of the time I try to do what is healthy/smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you in what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gotten to this point with me when I'm just trying my hardest. You made your point and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I am falling apart and trying to get answers and help. 10:09:49 a.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I am just your girlfriend. I am not a perfect parent. I'm trying very hard and sometimes treat them nothing like I used to. 10:46 a.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. I know, I'm sorry for lashing out. I'm just hurting and struggle daily with them. Always feel like I'm failing at this parenting thing. I wasn't built for this. 10:12 a.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. Kaylee isn't perfect, but everything wonderful about her is because of you. 12:36 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji is sent at 12:21:59 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, it's true, I know she's her mother's daughter, but she wouldn't be so bright and successful if she lived with anyone else. 12:22:51 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, wow, Kristen just sent 2 back-to-back messages to not lose your faith in the kids. 12:31:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or in yourself, at 12:31:41 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, there's 2 emojis sent at 12:32:06 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, and there's 2 emojis. Life can be your frustrations for the rest of the day, and be so proud of yourself, JJ. That's 12:33:35 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, that's what bothers me more than anything. Should have sent Peg's or Sarah's W-2s. We are all equal guardians. 1:18:21 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe you can call someone. 1:21:55 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, like who? 1:46:42 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what time are you coming here? 1:47:38 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's another emoji sent, 2:05:30 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know what time, feel kind of out of it, just trying to clear my head, 2:06:07 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he writes, okay, 2:06:25 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, text me when you guys settle in later, 2:06:44 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, sure, 2:06:58 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to, oh, no, it's cut off here, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That must be where the, so, sorry.
Would it be helpful if I take it out of the binder?
I believe it, yeah, it goes to the next one, so I'll start. Yeah, sorry.
With the court's permission, we'll begin the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Should I
At your
do it
leisure.
first? Okay. The phone calls, text messages, and then we'll start with the first slide. So it's from the defendant to John O'Keefe. I feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said. 2:16:10 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not sure what you want me to do. I said I'm sorry and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it. 2:17:16 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, things in my own life have been difficult too, you know. 2:17:33 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I know. 2:17:40 PM on the 28th. At 2:17:45 PM, the defendant calls John. The phone call is answered and they speak for 2 minutes, 22 seconds. 2:23:02 PM, the defendant calls John. That's again answered. At 10, and they speak for 1 minute, 2 seconds. At 2:24:17 PM, the defendant calls John and the call is rejected. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. 2:25:18 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, nope. 2:25:33 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? 2:26:03 PM on the 28th. At 2:28:40 PM, the defendant calls John. That call is rejected.
Mr. Greeno, can you explain to us the difference between not answered and rejected?
Yes, so if the call is not answered, that means the call rang out and goes to voicemail. If the call is rejected, that is someone actively hitting the send to voicemail button to disable the call to stop it from ringing. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, kids are here, not in the mood to talk. 2:29:03 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying and you keep treating me like this. 2:29:12 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning and you whack me in the face with a pillow. 2:29:59 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, last night you're basically like, yeah, what about when we talk about the future? So why don't you just admit you're not into so much anymore? 2:30:23 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not how it went down, but okay. 2:30:26 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please admit your head is out of the game with us? 2:30:52 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently. 2:32:28 PM on the 28th. At 2:32:47 PM, the defendant calls John. That call is rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant, OMG, stop calling. 2:32:54 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then why would you start with me this morning? 2:32:58 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you're setting me up to fail. 2:33:05 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you started number PM on the 28th. And John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again. 2:33:31 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into this anymore. 2:33:41 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not into fighting all the time, correct. 2:34:03 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world. 2:34:11 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he sends an emoji. 2:34:19 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then stop starting with me. 2:34:20 PM on the 28th. 2:34:29 PM, the defendant calls John. He rejects the call. John O'Keefe to Karen, the defendant, I'm not answering, stop calling. 2:34:42 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please answer after how you treated me earlier? 2:34:43 PM on 28th. 2:34:54 PM, the defendant calls John. That's rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant, Kaylee is right here. 2:35:02 PM on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, you start a rager with me out of nowhere and then tell me you're sick of fighting with me. 2:35:41 PM on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm going to grab a drink in a bit. 2:38:14 PM on the 28th. 2:38:42 PM, the defendant calls John. That call is rejected. The defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please answer? 2:38:52 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, no Karen, not sure why you need to announce that you're going, not sure why you need to announce that you're grabbing a drink, but have fun. 2:39:46 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, seeing if you want to meet me later. 2:40:22 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please call me? 2:40:32 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, have to take them to the doctor. He has practice. 2:40:55 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, 5 minutes. 2:41:17 PM on the 28th. At 2:43:01 PM, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 2:43:45 PM, the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant, my father just walked in. 2:43:58 PM on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes? 2:44:14 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, not right now. 2:44:23 PM on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm there when anyone else needs me. 2:44:26 PM on the 28th. At 2:45:32 PM, the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. The defendant calls Mr. O'Keefe. Yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for a minute. 2:46:16 PM on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing, and now you tell me you're not into doing things, and you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail. 2:47:08 PM on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I've been dealing with my own personal crisis over things I have zero control over. I'd like to lean on you too sometimes. Instead, I just hear everything I've done wrong. 2:48:34 PM on the 28th. At 2:56 PM, the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. At 2:51:13 PM, the defendant calls John. It's rejected. 2:52:37 PM, John calls the defendant. It's not answered. At 2:53:56, the defendant calls John. Again, not answered. The defendant, John O'Keefe, you seriously cannot pick up the phone for 2 seconds. 2:54:13 PM. 2:58:05 PM, the defendant calls John. It's rejected. At 2:59:13, John calls the defendant. The call is answered and they speak for 4 minutes, 59 seconds. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, why don't you meet me at Hillside at 4:30/5, 3:08:55 PM. John O'Keefe to the defendant sends an emoji at 3:10:08 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or whenever you get, or whenever you get everyone settled, 3:10:35 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, like I said, doctor now, and he has practice till 6. If you want to go start drinking, then go for it. 3:36:21 PM on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I didn't know the times of his practice. 3:36:40 PM on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I just want to give you space at the house without me there. So rather meet you out than meet at the house. 3:37:01 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, yeah, well, now there's a 72-year-old taking up shop on my couch. 3:37:36 PM on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, that too. 3:37:46 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is he going to Collins? 3:38:23 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, not tonight. 3:38:32 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so do you plan on going out tonight? 3:39:01 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, I don't know. 3:39:17 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you're like jonesing to drink, so go. 3:39:43 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, after how this morning went down, I don't think I need to be back over there with you. Get frustrated at how I am with the kids. Has nothing to do with drinking. 3:40 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I am paranoid now that everything I do with them is problematic. So rather see you for a minute without it, kids around. 3:40:24 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what's your plan at 4:47:16 PM on the 28th? From the defendant to John O'Keefe, don't have one. 4:50:09 PM on the 28th. For John O'Keefe to the defendant, so still home. 4:50:26 PM on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 4:45 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we just got home, waiting to see what Papa decides here, or else I have to get Patrick at 6. 4:59:45 PM on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, 5:01:55 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so are you staying home or coming here? 5:02:23 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, waiting to see what you end up doing. I don't want to hang out at the house too much, like I said. 5:03:40 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think it's clear me around the kids, I think it's clear me around with the kids around is slowly killing our relationship, and our relationship is much more important to me. 5:04:16 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, there's a blizzard coming, so we'll be inside all weekend. 5:04:19 PM on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it will be over by noon tomorrow. 5:04:44 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't think so. 5:05:27 PM on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to keep having this constant conflict of the dynamic of the four of us. The harder I try, the more it kills our relationship as a couple. It feels like utter shit to be in that position. Rather just meet you out for drinks when you figure out what your night looks like. 5:06:45 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Well, I have no idea what's going on, so do what you want. 5:07:34 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Need to figure out what everyone here is doing. All I know now is Madeline is coming over. No clue about Patrick yet, or if Papa is planning on hanging for a few more hours. 5:09:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Okay, well, when you know the story and if you want me to come up, let me know. 5:12:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. No, Karen, you decide what you want to do. 5:13:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I know your heart isn't in this anymore. I felt it for a while and especially lately. I'm willing to try more, but not if you approaching the point of indifference. If you want me to come up and you can head out for a while, then say so when you know what your father is doing. 5:14:23 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. You come up and I head out. Really? Emoji. 5:15:48. John O'Keefe to the defendant. I've told you already, I don't bounce back as quickly as you do after we have a battle. 5:16:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. No, head out together with an emoji. 5:17:49 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Or meet out. 5:17:54 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Gonna send Patrick to Collins tonight. They're picking him up around 7. Mike may hang out too when he brings Matt over. So why don't you just come over? 5:19:42 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Mike doesn't want to go out for a bit. 5:20:20 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I would like to. Been a shit day from the jump. 5:20:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. Probably 5:20:39 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. I just got sober an hour ago. 5:20:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I'll text you. Hang with Mike for a few. I don't need to butt in. Text me if/when you think you may head out. 5:25:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Can you send me Tim Zoll's contact info, please? 5:26:38 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. I paid the last bill. 5:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. You didn't have to do that. Thanks. 5:27:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Are you really not going to accept my friend request? 5:32:33 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. An emoji on what? FB. 5:33:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Yeah, we've been going out for 2 years. 5:33:20 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. I haven't gone on. You defriended me over a year ago, I believe. 5:33:48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Kerry texted that they're headed out in a bit. 6:05:29 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Okay. 6:14:55 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. She's going to let me know where. 6:17:51 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. So you're going to meet them. 6:18:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Just presenting it as an option. Wouldn't mind hanging out with them for a drink. 6:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is Mike over? 6:27:26 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes, 6:29:45 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, sounds you're like good with getting together tonight, 6:31:32 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, was hoping after this morning you'd be interested in smoothing things over with me, 6:32:24 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, told you to come over, but you insisted on meeting me out somewhere, 6:33:44 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike is a little off with me for a while now. I've said that multiple times, 6:34:34 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to Karen, the defendant, time to get over it, Karen. He's fine. He was fine the other night when he came by. 6:38:09 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, I wouldn't mind hanging out with other people, like another female too. 6:39:09 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, where are you meeting them? 6:39:28 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't have plans with them. She just said they're headed out in a bit and will text when they land somewhere. 6:39:52 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you want to go out with Mike solo, that's fine. Just let me know. 6:40:17 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I already told you what you should do. Not going to keep doing this. 6:41:07 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I asked to let me know if you guys are going to head out. I haven't been out for drinks this week and had a shit week and a shit day. And I dread Kaylee or Pat is going to get chatty with me the second I walk in, and that is going to irritate you. 6:43:21 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Pat is leaving, Kay is with Mad Cam. 6:44:02 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll text Chris then. 6:46:44 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed out shortly. What's your plan, Karen? 7:06:13 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, do you want me to join or no? 7:06:37 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes, wasn't sure if you were meeting the Currans. 7:07:04 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, they are not out drinking yet. 7:07:40 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, where are you headed? 7:09:22 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, trying to decide maybe McCarthy's. 7:14:48 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay then, let me know where you decide. I'm still down in Enfield. 7:21:50 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, text me when you leave. Still waiting on McKinney's. 7:22:28 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm having issues with my hot water, so had to text someone to take a look. 7:24:11 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, you trying to piss me off. 7:25:35 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, hope your plumber buddy that you texted is hot. 7:26:24 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, nope, my shower only got lukewarm and now my sink won't run hot at all. The plumber I used is right down the road. 7:26:27 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I turned that temp thing in the basement all the way up, 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, check the hot water heater and see if it's leaking, 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it's not, 7:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't do that, 7:27:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, is the pilot lit, 7:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I was trying to get my shower hot, 7:27:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 7:27:14 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't turn it up, don't turn it all the way up, 7:27:26 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, it will burn out, 7:27:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I had this issue twice before and it wasn't a disaster. I just can't remember what the cause was, 7:27:41 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, just turn it back to where it was and get over here, 7:28:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to come home in a blizzard and then really be up shit creek, 7:28:53 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going home tonight, 7:29:18 p.m. on the 28th. And the defendant to John O'Keefe, or tomorrow or whenever. I've had a chill all day since my shower, 7:29:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's going to snow all day tomorrow, no driving, 7:30:05 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed to McCarthy's, 7:41:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, let me know if you end up leaving, 7:41:57 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, why? Now you're not coming, 7:42:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm waiting for the plumber. I actually think he's in the driveway, 7:42:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves, 7:43:10 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not going home after, 7:43:27 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, 8 o'clock on a Friday, emoji, 7:43:31 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, he may have to get Michael, 7:43:46 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you have a plumber coming over at 8, knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck, 7:44:36 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I have always told you I will not put either of you out of your way the way everyone else in your life does. I knew it wasn't working right when you were at the doctor's with Kaylee, and I knew neither of you could get here. And this guy, Richie, fixed it last time, whatever it was. He was supposed to be here at 5, 7:48:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if it's not a quick fix, I'll tell him to forget it, 7:48:20 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, if you need a new water heater, don't let him do it, 7:55:04 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant text is from the defendant to John O'Keefe. He's here now. If it's not quick, I'm not doing it. I just want to make sure nothing is wrong / will go wrong with when I'm not home, 7:55:44 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not a scammer. Half the quick stuff he doesn't even charge me for, 7:56:06 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, he just put the toilet seats on crooked, 7:56:28 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to defendant, status, 8:09:02 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, still here with an emoji, 8:09:18 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, said he's got to go to HD and probably be back mañana, 8:23:56 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so 8:24:43 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, an emoji, 8:25:02 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just trying to figure out if I need to be here, 8:25:51 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what does it need, 8:26:01 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know. He showed me some pieces that was all rusted with an emoji. I don't understand half this stuff. 8:26:42 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant on the water heater, 8:26:59 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 8:27:08 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, tell him to leave it. I'll take care of it Sunday or Monday, 8:28:30 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, it's okay. I can either meet him here or just shut off the alarm, 8:28:52 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he used to work here while I was at work, 8:29:02 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, does he realize it will be whiteout conditions tomorrow AM, 8:29:32 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, but he lives right down the road, 8:29:47 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, this storm is going to be intense, can't drive, 8:30:19 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, if he can't, he can't, 8:30:36 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll do it Monday, 8:30:56 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I better not still have this problem on Monday, 8:31:22 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, you plan on being there, 8:31:43 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'd to know I can take a hot shower there here if I need to, 8:32:14 PM on the 28th. Figured you'd be, from John O'Keefe to the defendant, figured you'd be in Canton till Monday, 8:32:32 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing, 8:32:54 PM. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it, 8:33:16 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you said so yourself for probably a year now, 8:33:52 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, blizzard tomorrow, nobody is going anywhere, 8:33:56 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early AM, 8:35:14 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll head up there in a few min. Let me know if you leave, 8:35:26 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, he says sure, 8:35:34 PM on the 28th. That was the last of them.
We're almost done, sir.
And you can feel free to stand.
Okay, thank you, Honor.
So that presentation is a compilation of text messages and phone calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant on January 28th, 2022.
Yes, that was.
Aside from that compilation, are there other text messages and phone calls that you've reviewed between John O'Keefe and the defendant that evening, January 28, 2002, going into past midnight, January 29, 2022?
Yes, there's more text messages.
And those text messages and phone calls, are they a separate compilation from this?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, this time I'd ask us to release Trooper Gayrino and recall him at a later date.
Yes. All right. There's no objection, Mr. Alessi, correct?
No objection, he's subject to eventual
Yes.
trial.
All right. Thank you very much, Trooper. We'll see you another time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You just leave it.
Okay.
Is this the time for me to see counsel at sidebar? Okay.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to introduce exhibits or clips 7 through 11.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, could I begin with clip 7?
Yes.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I have had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's,
'Cause you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say, I'd have like a normal amount. Like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a
Yeah,
sense.
buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I need it to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would come as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall and I put that drink down and I socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots. depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks, I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
And I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive? And did you feel how I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. All right, jurors, there was some confusion with counsel regarding witnesses. So those are the witnesses for today, so we're done for today. Counsel assures me that won't happen again, but more importantly, we're on track. We're on schedule, not going for the rest of the day, won't interfere with our schedule at all. It looks like it's, I can't tell with all the curtains here, but it looks like it's a beautiful day. You'll have a nice afternoon. Tomorrow we'll be going on a view. So for that, we're comfortable clothes. We'll be walking around a little bit. We'll be going by bus, and I'll have more instructions for you tomorrow morning. But please follow those instructions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. Remember, tomorrow's a hot day.
All rise for the court, please. Close your notebooks and follow me. jury has exited the courtroom.
All right.
Please be seated.
Mr. Brennan, have you had an opportunity to think about whether experts should be permitted to either be present or watch the proceeding? And I also want to know, are you expecting to put on any expert testimony tomorrow?
Dr. Fowler will testify tomorrow. I think that should be considered expert testimony. He provides the procedures and protocol for the testing of blood serum.
Okay.
So I think he's technically considered an expert, although one of the briefer ones.
All right. Does the defense want an expert to be able to watch that? All right. So I know we've had a lot going on this morning. Do you want to address this tomorrow? When do you want to address whether experts should be present?
If I can address it tomorrow morning, I can
All
consider
right.
it.
We'll do that. And have you talked about who you all mean? Like, do you all know who you want to have exempt from the sequestration order?
We haven't got to that detail. I'm sure they have in mind who they want. I haven't gotten to that point yet.
All right.
We can have that discussion so that we can present it tomorrow what my position is and address the court on the witnesses.
Sure, we can do that. And then I know you said that you've got an agreement that you'll provide witnesses or a list of witnesses in advance to defense counsel, and I'm sure you'll provide witnesses in advance to Mr. Brennan. Include me on that, please. I just like to know
Very
who's
well.
coming up the next day because I have to prepare as well.
Happy to. Thank you.
Okay? All right, so we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you again.
All rise.
Got dressed just for you. Got dressed just for you. Damn it, I have to get that mute button. Hold on. Anybody else want to come up today and hang out? Because apparently.
So that's wild.
What?
I got an echo. Can
You have
hear
an
the echo?
I don't have an echo.
Today was wild. It was just this few hours.
Apparently, it was a half day.
Those sound bites, oh my god, I cringe. Every freaking time.
Honestly, they don't bother me.
Oh god.
They don't.
Yeah.
Because, like she said, she had extra shots from the drink or whatever, but honestly, she's like, I didn't even touch the last 2 drinks. And
Yeah.
you know what I
Lucas,
mean?
what do you think, bud?
Lucas.
Yo.
Close. There you are.
What do you think about it all? Honestly, give me your honest opinion.
I'm trying to look at it impartially. The text messaging I wouldn't even pay attention to that because it didn't include anything that was incriminating or damaging to Karen. It's just, you know what it's like. You girls, you've had relationships for years. These arguments, they can happen for any reason, like your partner squeezes the toothpaste tube in the middle or whatever, puts the knife in the fork rack or whatever. It's that's what it's like.
Yeah.
Looking at it,
I understand that analogy extremely well, Lucas.
yeah, looking at it.
Hello,
from,
peoples.
Hey,
Hello,
Mama.
little noodles.
Looking at it from an impartial viewpoint,
Noodles.
I'm thinking the clips that Brennan played are not going to go down well, depending on whether the jurors have any prior experience with alcoholism or drinking problems, that kind of thing.
Or, family members.
She did say I shouldn't have been driving.
Right. And she
But
said
I did.
that,
I did drive responsibly. That it doesn't matter if you shouldn't have
It
been
doesn't.
driving.
It
shouldn't have been
doesn't.
driving.
If you're buzzed, you shouldn't. You should not be driving.
Yeah.
I know, but I personally think that this, from my understanding, because they can't give us info on the jurors, but from my understanding, these jurors are not like they were the last time. They're not the older crowd that's like drinking and driving is bad. I believe from what Aiden says on X right now, he said that he has been
Go down.
What
He
is the
just
point of
said-
Spanky putting those little clips out before he brings in the next witness?
Right.
Because they're her words and they can be used against her without anybody questioned or anything like that.
Yeah.
So it's just showing them to the jury so the jury sees.
Yeah, it's just to put disdain in their in their brains.
Right.
Distaste
But
for
it's
her.
really not like I mean, the clips are stupid.
They are stupid, but when you're a juror that doesn't have any clue about this case, and you look at that, you literally think, "Oh God, really?" It's all about perception of Karen, and if they don't like her, sadly, they'll fucking convict her.
Yeah.
Well, like this is here. This is what Aiden says, and this I agree with this. So
You
Spanky
know what I mean?
Karen Reed clips from her various interviews. She repeatedly says she was buzzed and claims that the drinks at CF McCarthy's were really weak, so she bought an extra shot to put in it.
I mean,
And
they are really. I can attest to that. They are wicked weak there. I
She
can
said
attest that.
in
But
one clip, she says she didn't even touch the last two drinks she bought and left it behind.
yeah,
All the clips are doing is giving a jury a chance to hear Karen Reed's version of the story without subjecting her to cross-examination.
yeah.
True. You know, I was thinking when Noodle Bomb got that gash on his head, I was thinking of John O'Keefe last night because of the gash that he had on the back of his head. So if Noodle Bomb got that big gash on his head from a pole, that weight bench in the basement would have been made like perfect sense.
Right.
If he would have got punched when he was in the basement, flung back, smacked his head on that the weight bar,
Stacey
that would
is
have made
correct.
perfect.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That would have made perfect sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, that is true, Doodles.
Spacey, I agree. If you guys are anybody in the chat is more than welcome to come up and chat with us. We'll, just let us know. I'll put the link back in there again, so you guys can come up.
Spacey, and
I'll be right back. Noodle Bomb's calling.
Sadly, Spacey, that's all they have is to try to either take away from Karen or make her look terrible. That's it.
Well,
they have zero evidence to throw at her, so they're trying to play the dirty card, and that's what their strategy is.
Said, I'm intently watching the juror reaction during this clips. No one is showing any signs that these clips are landing the way that Hank wants them to. Most are not even taking notes. It looks like they're waiting for the juicy part to be here, but it's just not coming.
Yeah, it does seem very petty on his part, but it's just
These her words. That's the law. You can use your words against you.
It is, yes, yeah.
Turtle Boy says on. Sorry.
Wait, who says what?
Turtle Boy says on. Turtle Boy says on X.
Turtle Boy.
Turtle Boy, yeah. Aiden says on X, I guarantee Nicholas Garino has had much worse arguments with his wife than the messages he's reading out loud right now. And Broken Baker replies and says, me and Plevin had worse arguments.
Right.
That's true. That's right.
First, I just
had arguments with everybody.
I just had worse arguments with somebody like yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, I don't think, honestly, I don't think it's personally, from what I've read, watched today, I do not think it's hitting like Turboy says. I don't think it's gonna hit them like he thinks it is. Ooh, oh my God, you guys wait for this. This is a new one. Mr.
Yo!
Mom.
What's going on?
Who is it?
Mark.
I don't hear anything.
Okay, I'm back.
Mac.
What's up?
What up, Cunningham?
Can't let Lucas be the only,
Male mod?
male mod in here.
Male mods matter.
That's right. Fucking right.
Well, I think that.
So,
Chris,
Mike, what do you think of it?
Nikki, I just want to touch on your point that this is all the guy had.
Exactly.
Right.
Try to make her look. We got to remember this guy was Whitey Bulger's lawyer and said the guy
Exactly.
was like a good person. Like he obviously doesn't care about his image. Probably has zero friends, and he's just like, "Yep, give me my money and I'll do what I can do." And we know she's not going to be convicted.
He's not working on any other cases either. This is the only.
He does too have a friend. He's got Lunchbox Lally.
I don't even think Lally likes him.
Yeah, Lally's asleep half the time, cranking bucks outside.
Lally's like, take your pencils and leave me the freak alone.
Yeah.
Nuh-uh, Lally's job is to sharpen the pencils.
I wonder if Lally sits there with those Zen coloring books for adults. If he secretly colors on them when the camera's not looking.
Or maybe
Just
it's
to
like they say cuss words and they send them to Hank.
Yeah, just to calm down.
Like the anxiety Hank down.
Did Lucas even respond and say hello? I mean,
no, he's being a prude. You know them, them British people.
I did say hi, Mac.
Back you up, dude.
I did say hi, Mac, when you arrived.
Oh, he
You
did.
better
That's right.
You better be at the Dunks drive-through. Iced coffee.
Yeah.
The donkeys.
Dunkins.
And then he said, honestly, I could pick out 5 Kara Reed clips that sound worse than anything Spanky just played.
Yeah, nothing's working. Everyone saying it looks good for Karen still. Besides maybe the clips, but
yeah.
Someone said one of the
Esther-
clips, one of the jurors' mouths dropped open or something, but Turtle Boy said otherwise. So I don't know.
Here's my thing. If anything, the one clip that I think got anybody was her snarky comment about Peg.
Yeah, that was it. I think that was the one.
That's the only one that I think. But you know what?
Yeah, that's a
Not
bad
even
look.
a shitty boyfriend's mom or a shitty mother-in-law before.
But
They
did that
seen
really happen?
Peggy on the stand, so they can't. They seen how she is just a rude bitch.
Yeah, she came in telling jokes. You can tell she's snotty.
If I was the defense, I would come out. I mean, it sucks. I feel for the woman; she lost 2 kids. But
Right,
why not bring up that John took her to court to get custody of the kids, and they weren't even speaking?
Right.
Well, I think because to the jury, it's a bad look that they.
Yeah, I guess I agree. I mean, they're doing the right
Yeah.
thing. They're taking the high road.
They are
but-
doing the right thing. Or, I mean, just looking at the way she acted with Paul. She's like, and then there's Paul over there. Like, are you fucking kidding me? I mean, we get it, ma'am. We get it. But.
Who's
No,
never
and
once
how she
sat
was
within
with her
10 feet.
husband.
Oh, yeah. Too long.
You want to
It's like,
come
oh my
up,
God.
Marie?
Ugh.
Come and
I gotta
chat.
go
You're-
take care of my noodle bomb, so I'll chat with
All
you
right.
guys later.
All right, Noodles. Talk to you later.
Well, take care of the noodle butt. Love you.
Yeah, I gotta
Love
go
you, bye.
mark some gas out, but I wanted to pop on. I'll be around.
All right, we'll be here.
We'll chat later.
Bye, Lucas.
Catch you later.
He's like, bye, Lucas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know why court ended for the day.
I'm
honestly.
indifferent with the clips. I mean, granted, they might not do anything, but they're very cringeworthy to me.
Bev needed to get to the cottage for the afternoon. She needs to make sure she opens it up for the weekend.
Or,
That might
or
be-
check where the dead bodies are buried.
So is there half a day tomorrow, or is court off tomorrow?
Tomorrow's half a day, which
Another
makes me
one?
crazy because they said we're gonna go 5 days a week.
And then half a day Monday.
Yeah. So the rate this trial is going, we're
Like
gonna all
last
be
year all
gray-
over again.
gray and nasty.
Mhm.
It ended, DeMarie, it ended
Like 10 minutes
with
ago.
clips from Karen talking about how many drinks she had and
Talking about how drunk she was and wasn't.
how buzzed she felt. But honestly, I personally, I know Nikki feels a little indifferent about it. I personally I don't think it's anything wrong. I don't think it's hitting the way they think it's hitting.
Well, she didn't have any accidents. She didn't pile into any parked cars or run anybody over.
Bob.
So she wasn't that drunk.
Well, and here's the other thing. Not for
Well,
nothing.
and everybody
my
said
aunt-
that she wasn't showing that she was drunk too.
Right. She didn't show signs about it. And not for nothing, my aunt was killed by a drunk driver. I've told you guys that before. I believe.
Yeah.
And you know, when you have that happen and you're like, oh man, okay, oh look who's here. Miss Amy came in to say hi. Hi, Amy.
Hey,
Um,
can you hear me?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, like,
what do you think, girl?
For me, anybody would be. I would be one of those jurors you would think that would be like, oh my God, she was drinking and driving. And I'm thinking to myself, no, I'm a normal person who knows that everybody there that night was trashed. And I guarantee Karen was probably the most sober of all of them. And every one of them drove.
Yeah, exactly. Every one of them, including Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, who were drinking all day long.
Well, my thing goes to like just the law and the courtroom. So yeah, it's against the law to drink and drive, but they didn't do a breathalyzer. There was no car at the scene. They did this
No crash
junk.
report.
Right. They have a
No accident
junk
report.
science with this the way they took her blood.
Extrapolate.
Yeah,
Extrapolation.
any shitty DUI attorney could get her off on a DUI. So that's like I don't even know how I don't even understand how they can charge her with that.
Right, without catching her. Usually you got to catch them.
There's no
Yeah.
in the
there's
act,
not
yeah.
an accident report.
Yeah.
So there's
Well, that's
no
just like with anything. Like if you're like with, I mean, no, there's no obviously, paraphernalia. Like street paraphernalia. But
Yeah.
like if they don't catch you doing it, like or handing it over, they can't. You know what I mean? They have to have probable cause to pull you over.
Yeah.
So
I mean, hell, you can get a DUI for sleeping it off in the back seat of your car parked on the side of the road.
Oh yeah, I've had a friend.
Yeah,
I've
as long
had
as
a
the
friend
keys
get
are
one.
in the ignition. Yeah.
Yeah, if
But
they're in the ignition.
I've also
Yeah.
had a friend who's gotten a DUI riding a bike.
Well,
So
I always wondered if you could get a BUI.
is that in
Yeah.
Florida? Because that makes sense.
that was in California.
Oh well, that also makes sense.
I asked in Hilton Head. I was there one time and we were just riding bikes, getting drunk. I was like, "Can you get a BUI here?"
I wonder if you can get a DUI on a horse. Is that possible? I mean, seriously. Like I'm in Texas. Like I bet right now. I mean, I bet
Save a
that's
horse,
thing,
ride a
too.
cowboy, I guess. I mean,
Oh my God.
I'm curious on that one.
I know that a friend of ours in California was at like a bike fest thing. They were all at like a restaurant, and everybody was like revving up their engines. So he went and turned his keys on and revved up his engine to his motorcycle, and was charged with DUI.
Well, yeah, because he put the keys in the
Yeah.
ignition.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Uh,
I
No,
have a girl that I know very well that she had to fight, still lost her license because she left Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and was drunk, and she did the same thing, just slept it off, but she had her keys in the ignition, and they nailed her.
Yeah. That happened to one of my friends. And then he ended up getting 2 more DUIs and they threw him in jail.
My brother-in-law at the time, he's not my brother. We're friends still, but they came to visit me and my ex in Clearwater, and he decided to take my ex to the strip club because that's where they had to go, apparently. And he showed up from the restaurant that they went to. My sister and him went to dinner at before they came over with a kitty cup that the bartender put vodka in for him.
A titty cup or a kitty cup?
A kitty cup, not a titty cup. Why do you think about titties?
Sorry. I misheard. My bad.
You're always you're so dirty.
Hey man, I gotta say, I love like jealous, bossy John O'Keefe in those
I
texts.
do too. It's kind of sexy.
Yeah, he's like, no, don't call
Yeah.
the plumber. I got this.
Yeah, it's a man right
And it's
there.
funny if you see how
Yeah.
in
Yeah,
the morning,
it's a
like,
man.
the
That's right,
afternoon,
Amy. It's a man.
her begging, pay attention to me, talk to me, calling, he ignored it. They try to make that look like big with the screen. Ignored, refused, ignored. Okay. And then next thing you know, like by the end of the night, it's like, come on, you're gonna come stay here. Why are you getting a plumber? I'll fix it for you. You're gonna stay with us for the weekend.
Yeah.
And that's another thing.
Don't let him fix it.
Now I live with MacGyver, so I don't have a choice.
No means no.
I wear my John shirt today.
Oh, cool.
I got my Justin John shirt on.
I just took my frame sweatshirt off after 3 days.
Hey, Patty, you want to come up and talk with us too?
I got really nothing. I got my Amy sweatshirt. That's about it here. My Amy hoodie and my Celtics hoodie in Texas.
We can send. I'm gonna post the link again in the chat, guys. Anybody who wants to come up is welcome to come up. We are just having roundtable talks.
Hey, Patty, what up, girl?
Hey, Nikki,
Hey, Lucas.
what if the horse was drunk and you weren't?
Well, then that's on him. I mean,
but if
yeah,
you
shit.
get on the horse,
that's a humdinger, Lucas. I can't even
You
lie.
would, you would be an accessory to
Right?
DUI.
Son of a bitch. That would be my luck too.
Hmm.
Buttercup, buttersnap.
I honestly, like, for what I have seen over the last 3 days, 2.5 days, because God forbid Bev goes more than 2 days without being a full day. I don't think there's. I think that Jackson has shown the lies, the lies from Carrie, and all we've heard now is like how like Garino. I don't understand why he put Garino up just to do like a background and then brought him back up today to read the text. That could have all been done yesterday, but
Yeah.
I just want to I just think that sorry, making sure my son got home okay.
Well, that's like Hank with his video yesterday. I mean, she's like, "Can we take our afternoon break?" He's like, "Oh yeah," and they had a minute left. It's like you couldn't say, "Oh no, well you're on our I just have a minute left."
Yeah,
and
we
then
come
on the
back
cross.
1
Yeah.
minute.
Yeah.
So,
All
I
games.
personally, I mean, for myself, from what I've seen, I personally do not feel like there is. So far, he has no case, and he's not shown any evidence so far. All he's done is talk and say things. And I
Listen,
think
from someone, I'm not going to get into my life, but from someone who has said something that had it held against me, I fully believe that it could hurt her.
it could. I'm not saying it can't. I'm just saying, for my personal view, is I don't think there's much up there.
And I didn't even say it. So that's the funny factor about it, is I wasn't even the one that said anything, but it yeah, that was the straw that broke the camel's back right there.
See, I would just be sitting there thinking, okay, so she's admitting to drinking that night, right? And that's fine. But there's no DUI test. There's no arrest. There's no breathalyzer. There's nothing. I don't understand how legally she can be held
Well,
accountable
right,
for
but
that.
that didn't matter. That was the one thing that they were hooked on last year. Remember? Like they said,
Yeah,
well, she
yeah.
drank and she drove there, and he ended up dead, and that's on her basically.
I mean, she
Yeah.
could, if the jurors found it, technically, if anything, the case that he has is an involuntary manslaughter case, which means that she left him in a situation that got him killed. They could technically use that as something that goes against her, but I don't like the whole upcharge to murder. To me, I don't see that, and I don't think. I mean, last jury didn't see it either. So, I mean, and the blood serum testing, that's all junk science. And even the
Right.
guy who testified to it said it was not correct. Like not.
Yeah, he said
Yeah,
this isn't how we do things like this.
Yeah.
and
No, and you have to take it to the minute. You have to know to the minute the last
how do they know when
time
she
she
had her
drank.
last drink?
Yeah. The other thing I think that they really should focus on, because I don't know if you guys ever watched Sean McDonough interview that person who had MS.
Oh God,
And
yes. What she said about I remember that. Yep.
it was so good, and it was like so eye-opening to understand like her, because I'm so sick of like hearing, shut up, you're crazy,
Yeah,
you're like, what the fuck kind of people are they? Like,
But I don't feel like her sickness or her illnesses have been brought up enough.
yeah, that's what I mean. I think someone has to be brought in for that.
Because actually, I saw today someone had posted about her MS. This is actually an ex. Where is it? She's actually ex anti Karen Reed. She's now free Karen Reed.
Can I just say, did anybody else see the last time the Glare did the live where Jen McCabe was getting cross-examined? Or not cross-examined, I think it was direct. And she was like, yeah, like I became friends with her. Like she has MS and, I have MS. And the Glare was like, she has MS and I have MS. We're MS sisters. Does anybody else remember that?
The Glare is hilarious.
I was hysterical.
There's a girl on Karen Reed that wears
when he does his impressions. Yeah, every time I hear about the MS, that's all that I hear in my head. Yeah, she had MS. I have MS. We were MS sisters, so we got along.
There was one lady that is on X who is she's anti Karen Reed. She's just, I can't take her. But hey Sherry D.
Which one?
So I don't know her name. She's starting her own. She's been starting her own like little YouTube thing, and like she's got these really big got like big glasses, like bottle, the bottle glasses, and she'll be like breaking news, and she'll say stuff, but she was like breaking news, and Aiden and Karen will be going to court, and then their orange jumpsuit, and then the Glare at like all of a sudden he cuts her off, and he was like and I should not, I have to find it. I should not have laughed because it's really not the fun. It's not supposed to be funny, but I about peed my pants when he played it. It was so funny, you guys. I have to find it because he did post it on X, but that one got me.
I gotta go back and find that clip of him doing the MS imitation. It was hysterical. The chat was wild.
2 hours ago, he put a post of Garino up that says "Rehome me." Let me see if I can find his stuff because it should be on his media and then stuff. But
Well, yeah, when does Guarino get, like, when do we get to the nitty gritty about him? I mean,
I don't think we do.
They still have to
Never.
cross. They can still get to cross them. I also want to know personally what's going to happen when Mr. O'Keefe gets on the stand, Mr. Paul, and they ask him, is he sober?
I have a feeling Paul is not going to be called. I have a feeling that they called Peggy instead of him.
You think so?
Yeah, because you only
Aaron
need,
didn't show up the last 2 days either.
yeah. I mean, Erin, maybe because she had, but they had communications that day. But I don't know. I think Paul, I think he knows he can't use Paul.
Yeah, because after Turtle Boy ruined them. All right, I found it. I have to share this with you guys. This is the funniest thing I ever saw. You guys, please do not
We're judging.
don't judge me. For laughing. I have a special
Amy,
needs kid.
you
and
already
I-
know I'm judging.
I have a special needs kid, and I thought this was fucking hilarious. So, but
Guys,
it was,
hey, no, listen, we're just gonna trigger alert. Anybody who's sensitive,
yeah, sensitive Sallies need to go away right now because
Oh no, I love this one, this lady.
so just watch.
I laugh every time.
oh, I saw this.
I can't even tell you what.
Back again. Just want to let you know that this channel will be used to go over the Karen Read evidence that shows that she is 100% guilty and that I feel justice for John O'Keefe will come in 2025 when Karen Read and Turtle Boy are both found guilty. And they will be rocking those orange jumpsuits. And
It's not
Look at is this your sister?
back again.
I'm
Just
sorry, that
want
was
to
so not nice to play. I shouldn't have played it. You guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Lucas, was that your sister or your cousin? she had your accent, so I'm just asking.
I couldn't help with that one. That one, he played that one.
Oh my God.
Mr. Nice.
That was
He was
probably the
He
funniest.
totally had to be.
That was probably I couldn't help it. Like he totally was.
That's
God.
right up there with Auntie Deb, Matt McCabe's sensitivity training.
Oh my God. I like
Lucas, did you hear me?
Lucas.
Yeah.
Was that your sister?
That was my sister and my mom.
Oh.
Oh, and my
Yeah.
girlfriend. Because we like to keep it in the family.
Hey, listen.
You gotta
I
do
mean,
what you gotta do.
You British people are weird, you know. So here's what it is.
No,
we still love you.
We just like to be sarcastic. You can't get away with that. You can't get away with that in the United Kingdom.
Oh no, you can't. I've heard that too. I've heard, yeah.
That's yeah, that puts my glare that one almost like the first time I saw that, he posted it when Nan was on, and I thought Nan was gonna fall out of her chair that she laughed so hard, and then she was like, "Play it again!"
You gotta love Nan.
Have you read what Sherry said? Say dirty words to us.
Oh, okay. Well, is that what we're doing now? Okay, Sherry.
What about used cooking utensils? Unwashed barbecue.
Dirty dishes.
Dirty. That's a good one.
Dirty dishes.
Yeah.
Laundry.
Or children's soiled underwear. How's that for dirty?
Honey, you don't have to rewind it. You want me just to show it again?
Yes.
Oh, you guys want to see it again?
Yes. I was snorting without even watching.
I heard Amy, I heard the snort. I can't lie.
I love it.
Howdy, back again. Just want to let you know that this channel will be used to go over the Karen Read evidence that shows that she is 100% guilty, and that I feel justice for John O'Keefe will come in 2025 when Karen Read and Turtle Boy are both found guilty, and they will be rocking those orange jumpsuits. And Howdy, back again. Just want to let you know that this channel will be used
I'm not gonna
to
keep
go
playing it,
over the
guys.
Karen Read evidence that shows.
Oh God.
Friggin' Will. He's 0 F's given, you know?
Walking
The things that
nose
he
orange.
does.
Sarah did it. She said, walking nose orange.
Yeah.
I love it. I love when he does like impressions and stuff of like.
Here's the thing. I would feel bad for her
His
if she
Michael
wasn't
Morrissey.
such
Oh my
a,
god, this has to stop. Yeah.
if she wasn't such a menace and just like jumps on random people's posts she doesn't know and says the most ridiculous things. Otherwise, I'd probably feel bad for her.
I'm gonna
What-
find that.
what
Jen
is her
McCabe.
name?
Who?
True Crime J717. That's her YouTube name.
Oh. I don't know. I've seen videos of her, but I don't know who she is.
It was.
That's probably for the best, Amy.
I couldn't help it. Like that video was.
we
probably-
get Will to share it.
That, I mean, Will, it cracks me up with some of the stuff he does. I just
Well,
crack-
like today, it would have been nice if they just showed the video of him and Melanie reading these texts.
Oh yeah.
They did that one night and it was great.
The on Nurse Kim and Auntie Deb and him. Yeah, that was. But he was adding stuff into that too. He was like, "Oh, what do I say? Do
Oh
I
my god,
text?"
him and Auntie Deb and Nurse Kim, the other night on the 12. Oh my god, I was hysterical. At the end of the 12-hour stream, Nurse Kim and her. Oh. Perfect time.
Kim's O cracks me up because she did not know she said that until Deb started bringing it up to her.
Yeah.
And she was like, I mean, it's just, and now it just comes out. She doesn't even
I
know how
love
to-
Jimmy. I wish I could like shrink him and just keep him in my pocket just to pull out for laughs at all times.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I saw you on there this morning. No? Last night?
Last night.
Oh yeah, I was in there too. And
Oh,
got
I love that he's.
I got ignored.
I love that he's on in the morning.
Yeah.
Like
he
I
comes
just,
on at like 7 a.m. too.
yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy's awesome. He's the
He
best.
doesn't play. He'll be like, it's or yesterday. Oh, that was on Tuesday. He's like, so it's 5 a.m. I'm already out of the house, and
I love when he
got-
calls people hun too. It's such like a snarky
That
way
is-
to tell you to go F yourself. He's like, sorry, hun. You know?
But you know what? He says that in everyday conversation too. It
I
is
know,
snarky
yeah.
to other people, but when he's talking, even like saying the sweetest things to people, because he said, I read you guys some of the stuff he said to me, and through chat, and like even when he said, he'll say, "Oh, hun, I love you so much." Like, you know what I mean? So sometimes it's a genuine hun, and sometimes it's a bless your heart hun.
Yeah, exactly. Bless your heart.
So yeah, but I love that he gets so mad at like at Good Time Julie Carp when he got in a fight with her, and he would like all of a sudden like be laying in bed watching TV, laying down, and he's like, "So, are you still awake? Do you have a boyfriend?"
The sleepover.
No, it's
Sherry,
like,
I'm in the South right now, and I've technically been in the South for the last year, and I like slowly, like when I talk to people from the South, I start to get a twang, and I have to catch myself really fast. It's the weirdest thing.
see, I don't think I have a real Southern accent. though.
You don't, but in Texas, I'll tell you, in Georgia, like some of them are like
But
Alabama.
Florida's we're such a like a mishmash of people, and you got the
You got the snowbirds.
and yeah, I mean,
I'll tell you, every time, like there was a lady I asked the other day, we just got to Texas, and I said, "Hey, how hot is it down here?" And she goes,
Betty's-
"Yeah," and I go, "Yeah." And she goes, I go, "I'm from New England," and she goes, "Yeah, I can tell." I go, "So how hot is it?" She goes, "We don't talk about that." And I go, "So what does that mean?" She's like, "Honey, you're fucked." I'm like, "Okay, fair enough."
Betty said she's caught back up. She was showing Jamie, and he said the glare shouldn't punch down, but I disagree. He still laughed really hard though. Driving through West Virginia, stopped at a
Hey,
gas
Nat.
station.
What's up, girl?
Let's see, Natty Night. What's up, baby girl? Have you been down to the buffer zone at all?
Yeah, she was down there. Yep.
I know she was down there
She took a
Tuesday.
picture of Minnie, and I said, "Tell Minnie." And I said, "What's up, Boomer?" I called him, and I'm like, he goes, "I had a girl come up to me and say hi. Like, who is that?" I'm like, "That's Natalie." He's like, "Oh, I feel so bad. I was busy
You're like-
talking. I didn't get to talk to her."
She's
I'm
a
like,
good one. Keep her.
Yeah, I'm like, "That's Natalie." I go, I told her to say hi. He's like, "Oh, she did."
She was there Tuesday. Today she's stuck. Where are you stuck at? I can't help you. I'm too far.
Yeah, Tuesday it was. I'll be
I
there
had to
next
buy-
week.
You know what I had to do to save my son? I had to buy him. I said, go walk into Walmart and buy jumper cables, take them outside, and ask someone to help jump your car. So he did. So I had to buy him jumper cables because he doesn't get paid till tomorrow. So I'm like,
Sherry, where are you at down in the South? Where are you at? I can't even do the Southern accent right now, but I was picking on Nick. It's hard time. Clearly not from around his neck of the Southern woods. No, I was in Georgia. And then I was in Georgia for about 6 months working, and then came home for a couple of weeks to deal with help.
for the last month.
What? Oh yeah, I've been driving for the last month. I feel.
I was thinking about that last night after you're like, Kelly, are you gonna mail me my stuff? And I'm like, where to? Where would you like me to send it?
I'll have you send it to my sister's house. I
Well,
think
you
you
want
might
me to
just want to send it to Amy's because I'll be there probably next week. So
I'm like, where do you want me to send
she'll
it
hold
to?
on to it. Oh, you can send it to Kim's house. Kim's got or Kim's. Either one. Amy's, Kim's, mine, don't matter. I live at all three.
Had a red light. You're all nuts. Yeah. You guys want to see the funniest thing ever is my little sweet Ames. The other night we were both up all night long.
Oh
And
my
she
god, you
said-
gotta show the pictures that I took
Oh my
yesterday,
God,
the
okay,
three
I
of
will.
us.
Just a second, I'll show that.
Amy, do we have your permission to show these? Amy in Boston. Where is she? Is she even still here? Talk time with Amy. Oh my
Hold on.
god.
This
We were
is what Amy posted this on my page in the middle of the night, and she laughed so hard that she woke Caden up. And we have been busted laughing ever since because this is me to them.
Back home, they hate your guts. They hate you because you call them every week. Temperature. You know who you are. Hi, I just saw Al Roca said it was only 5 degrees up there. anyways, you know,
I love Bob Marley.
Yeah, okay, gotta go. That's why we call you back during hurricane season. Hey, how's it going? Double wide now, asshole. All right, everybody back home. Oh, they
Which is
hate
funny
your guts. They
because
hate you.
The funny part
'Cause
about
you
that
call-
is that like they ask
all
me
the
all
time.
the
Yeah.
time, so I tell them.
I can't
But-
talk though because I'm in warm weather right now myself.
Oh, you want the pictures from?
Yeah, we have to see. If
Are we
Amy's
getting
okay.
permission from Amy to share pictures?
Noodles, I work hazmat and travel.
Oh my god, last night was so funny.
Okay, I just want to FYI, guys, I didn't shower all day for like 24 hours because I showered the day before, and I did the trial and I cleaned. So when I took a shower last night, but when I did these, I just don't have any makeup on. So if anybody has a weak stomach or anything, leave now.
You guys, I have never ever laughed this hard in my life.
Oh my god, I piddled a little. I can't even lie.
Like even like
What
okay,
the
Amy.
fuck?
Okay,
Oh my God.
so we
Okay,
were
so
playing.
can you
with the
zoom in?
filter. I don't think it will let me because I'm
Oh my
on.
god, so you can't see, but these are like babies of each one of us on top of our heads that are like jumpers. I go, oh my god, why is there two of them? And
Look, what I love is look at Nikki's face. She's like falling
I
over.
was dying. I was hysterical.
So then we have Caden joined in with us. And then yeah, I was looking like trash. I don't care. Oh, we had cats. Look at the cat come over her head.
Oh, I kept having a cat pet me, and then pet me. It kept like.
And then
Queens.
Our queens, our beautiful Lux.
Yep.
And then this one was funny. When you did it and you opened your mouth, you fell down.
You dropped.
So Caden and Nikki were like falling. And then
Patty, it gets better, so you might want to go tinkle if you got it because it's bad. We were dead. We.
I love that laugh.
Look, I can't with that. Oh yeah. I look so hot right there.
Caden is so freaking cute.
Oh, I'm crying. I am crying right now. Did you do this profile one?
I actually took video of it, but it doesn't have sound.
Oh no, no video. No video.
I was not because the one where you put the the one where you put the man's hat the man's thing on your
I'm
head.
crying. Oh yeah.
And then I told you, I was like, holy shit, she looks like Brian Albert.
She looks like Brian Albert. She goes, I'm like, yeah. This is like the nerdy, goofy shit that we do. And, you know.
Oh my God, you guys. I have not laughed that hard.
Amy goes, oh my God, I look like my brother.
Look, Amy said she totally did too. She looked just like Brian Albert when she put it on. I literally was like, oh my God.
Oh my God, I was unalived last night. I was hysterical. Like I couldn't even breathe. It was the greatest. Oh, thanks, Dahil.
Oh my gosh. It was
I'd actually go back to Facebook just to do that in message. I hate Messenger.
It's in Messenger, so we were.
Just do Messenger. We just do Messenger video talk with all of us.
I did
yeah,
it
that's
because Amy was
hilarious.
having a bad day. It started with Amy was having a bad day, so I popped that freaking one with the big nose and the wide face on. And the first time we all saw it.
That was 2 days ago.
Oh my God. The
Stay.
first time we all saw it, oh my God, it was we couldn't, it was like we were like struggling to breathe. We were laughing so hard.
Petty, you have no idea how much that That laughing yesterday.
Oh, Sherry, it's bad.
Like
Yeah.
we were all just.
It's been a rough week. Let's just put it that way.
You know when your face hurts and your stomach hurts at the same time, and
Yeah.
but you can't stop because you're still.
I love it.
I
Like,
love to
that's
laugh. And
Yes.
my funniness is from drama, but I don't care. Like that's like my thing. Like I love comedy, and I like to make people laugh, and you know what I mean. Like life's
Yeah,
too
and
short to be
stupid-
serious, and yeah, exactly.
Yeah. The
I'm like,
stupid
we
shit
actually
like
were
that is hilarious. Like this
Right.
morning.
Like, it started yesterday when I raised my hand.
Oh my God, Amy, if you're on Facebook, you get a friend request so we can all do it together. It's literally we just
I was
it's
sitting
random.
there like, what did you do? And I'm like, I don't know what came up because I hit raise my hand. And
Oh
they're
yeah,
like,
we're all like little kids. Like we were on skateboards. We're all like trying to like to wiggle our bodies.
Oh God.
I'm like, this is pathetic. All in our 40s. Freaking.
That's right. And you know what?
Screw it.
Kim slept through the whole thing.
Oh yeah, she did too. She was there the day before with it though.
Yeah, she was there when we were doing the first one.
And she's like, you guys are all retarded. you guys are ridiculous.
But last night, I mean, like Steve, my husband took the kids.
Amy,
down to go
exactly.
fishing.
That's what. It's so
It
true.
was just me.
We were laughing so hard. I
It was
couldn't even
just
breathe.
me and the girls on the phone, and my 23-year-old was over there laying on the couch, and he was just like, he wasn't even affected by it. He was like, whatever.
Oh yeah, yeah. The people in our lives are used to it by now.
He was
Pretty
just
much.
like, Mom, you're stupid. Like, stop. But it was funny. I laughed.
Yeah, you have to laugh. Laughing is good for the soul.
Snort laugh.
Ouch
Snort laugh.
They-
I have this girl. Well, I'm not used to. She's still my person, but I have my girlfriend Jenny Lee. In fact, we went to Bob Marley back, God, years and years and years ago, and she got heckled by him because I don't know if you guys have ever heard a laugh that comes from your straight gut but comes out your nose, so it sounds like you're going like that. That's how it's just a natural.
Did you do it again? I didn't hear that. What did it sound like?
It's a natural laugh, and oh my God, I've never heard a laugh like hers. But she goes like it's like it comes from her nose though. Oh, it's a sound. It's not even like a laugh. It's a straight like honking sound, and it's the funniest shit ever.
My cousin Melinda laughs like a dolphin.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not lying. She sounds like a dolphin in the ocean, and when she laughs, you can't help but to laugh the whole time. Like she's
oh my
crazy,
God,
too.
yeah, dog mom. Sean and I took edibles one day with her other brother, and we were all hysterical. Me, my boyfriend, Kim's other brother, and then his girlfriend, and we're all sitting out there on the porch, and we just took edibles.
Wait, you have a
Like
boyfriend? I didn't know that.
No, yeah, no, of course not.
Weird.
Hi, my shiny.
It's weird.
Anyway,
Shawnee.
so we were laughing, and like we were just laughing about absolutely nothing, and then all of a sudden you hear because Sean, Kim's other
Sherry.
brother is anti Karen Reed, but he's not anti Karen Reed, but he thinks that she's guilty without knowing anything. He's one of them, and so we heard people fighting across the street, and he's like, "You hear that?" And we're all like, yeah. And he's like, they're probably fighting about Karen Reed. And then we were just, oh my God. I was crying. It was the first time I ever met him and his girlfriend. And I was like, oh my God, help me. They probably hate me. But
Good
he's
luck,
like, yeah.
Amy. We love you. Text us and let us know what's happening.
Oh, yes. Good luck, Amy. Please let us know. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't like my cousin Melinda. She does. She sounds just like a dolphin. I can't even like pretend to do it. But
Yeah.
she's also the same cousin who told all my kids that they were her favorite separately, and so then they all fought over who is her actual favorite.
Yeah.
I was
Who
like,
did that? Your sister?
my cousin. So my cousin Melinda is, I kind of,
Oh, he
I
will
kind
too,
of,
Amy.
I
He can
raised
read.
her. I kind of raised her because I babysat her from the time I was 13. She was a baby. And then when I was 13 to like 19, I was with them all the time. And then
Tell
after
Dr. Honey Pants I said hello.
I wasn't there. And so then we came back together like after she graduated high school and stuff, because she did all her high school stuff. And then when her best friend went missing, we actually start reaching out again. And so yeah, she'll call you and she'll be like, hey, hello, my favorite. She actually changed her name to my phone to my favorite cousin. So but she tells everyone, like all of my children, because my oldest will be 26 in May. My youngest is 9. So all of them, she will say, don't tell the others, but you're my favorite. And then they will come back to the house when she's not here and they will fight that Melinda said that they were the favorite. And I'm like, are you freaking serious, Melinda? This is what you do to me? You send my kids home with that? So, but she's a big kid herself, and she had a baby girl. I sent you that video, Nikki, of her on Easter, her little girl, and she was like, "Look, I got monies and a bunny rock," and I was like, "I want bunnies and a bunny
Yeah,
rock."
she's looking cute.
She is I can get a picture of her. I eat
Lucas,
babies.
what are they saying? I'm eager to know. What are they saying?
About
So
what,
what?
Nikki?
Oh, I didn't realize you were on. How
Mhm.
you doing? All right.
How you doing?
It's her at Christmas.
Oh.
Yeah, she's cute.
And then that's my cousin Melinda and her mama and her daddy.
Cute.
So,
All right, Lucas, what are they saying? I'm eager.
Well,
to know.
Joe Flipperhead's got
Flip,
got
yeah.
a point. He says he finds it weird that Jen McCabe mentioned to Kerry Roberts at the Google search sometime prior to April 2022 to the grand jury because Hoslong to Die in Cold wasn't discovered
Right,
until
exactly.
April 2023.
oh,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah,
Because it was
that's why.
Richard Green who found it.
Uh-huh.
I'll tell you
God
what,
damn,
Flip is a
that's-
genius. That kid
Yeah.
takes notes like no
Yeah.
other. I've seen
Flip-
his notes. It's unreal.
Seriously, I've
he
seen him come out with stuff, and I'm like, I never thought of that. Like just now, holy crap!
But how does he take notes? I already have a notebook
Oh
filled.
no,
Yeah.
he's almost eccentric when it comes to note taking.
Well, the best thing about Joe Flipperhead is he knows his shit.
Oh,
And
100%. Yeah.
even though I know he comes out with a lot of sarcasm and irony, and he
Mhm.
has
Oh, I
a
love
laugh a lot of the time, but when he's being serious, he knows exactly
does,
what
yeah.
he's talking about because he does his research, and
100%.
I respect the guy for that. Anybody who
Yeah.
does that, not like I know Kelly's mentioned quite a few people today, and I'm not going to name names, but I don't watch these people because they just talk shite.
Right.
Some of them,
but-
yeah, I totally agree with you. Some of them do.
But-
There's a lot of people I don't watch because
Preach,
they,
Lucas,
Yeah.
preach.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
Joe Flipperhead is not one of them, and
No, he's not.
What? Just send me. Or you're
Joe is
sending
a very straight shooter,
uh-huh.
and he's very passionate about this case, and he just took off with it, and he's done awesome. And I can't believe he's showing his face because there's a few of us that's always known what he looked like, and so we knew the second he ever came out that he was gonna break the internet. And,
I was like, what
at least-
the fuck?
At least you've got some new mommy time material now. Yeah.
Poor Flip.
Mark,
He's such a good kid. He really is. Yeah.
Mark Bedro says nobody understands the onslaught of interviews. Clearly a mistake that at this point constitutes the strongest prosecution evidence.
Yeah,
So,
you gotta love Bettero.
oh, he's unbelievable, and he
Wait, what did
shoots
he
from the
say?
hip.
I didn't understand that. What did he say?
He says nobody understands the onslaught
All right,
of
Natalie, we'll be
interviews.
yeah.
So clearly a mistake at this point constitutes the strongest prosecution evidence, meaning that the strongest evidence they've got against Karen is what she said in those interviews.
Right.
Yep.
Did you see what Spacey said? That's facts. You already know.
Also, he's doing exactly what JFK said. All he's trying to do is get Karen to get up there and be able to question her.
Yeah,
That's all he wants.
Gonna happen. All right, Natalie, we'll see you soon.
He's pushing her to get up there and explain herself. And
Right.
I mean,
She doesn't need to. She's
No.
talked enough. Yeah. I love Turtle Boy last night. He's like, we don't need to do that anymore, okay? For the interviews. Oh. He doesn't think that it's effective though, so I mean I trust Turtle Boy's word, so
Aidan says, and this is real funny, Aidan says he's starting to see why Spanky wanted someone else to read those text messages.
Right.
Yep.
Seriously.
He's sending everybody to sleep, wasn't he?
Oh, I was so boring.
Yeah.
And people
I was
say,
trying-
talk about Lally.
I had
think
it on
they take naps.
speed.
Go ahead, honey.
No, I was just saying that I was lucky. I actually paused and had to replay it, and I bumped up the speed, so it wasn't that bad.
That's what I used to do with Lally. I would literally be like, all right, girls, you guys got this for
Yeah.
modding. And I'm like, I'm going to take like a 20-minute nap because we know Lally's still going to be directing at that point, and I'll come relieve anybody else that needs to. Last year was bad, but I almost missed Lally because Hank is so sneaky. Oh, God,
Oh, he's
sneaky.
disgusting. Yeah.
Oh. He's such a gaslighter, and
Yeah. He's awful. I tell everyone, you have to go watch, it's the United States versus Boulder, and he's in the entire documentary. And you walk away feeling like, I don't know, you just get this feeling about the whole entire case after watching it. It's
It's on what? On what is it on?
Max.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think we got Max.
No, I did not watch Karen's documentary on that.
I didn't either.
I did.
I've had. What did you think about it? Because I had a lot of people say it was good, and a lot of people say it was not good.
Who says that? That's disgusting.
For her interviews so far, I mean, ABC was awful. Dateline was okay. ID at least talked about the feds and the Google search. I'm trying to think of what else.
Dateline was terrible.
Like ID
the
at
second
least
one.
makes you go back and forth. Did she do it? Didn't she do it? So if you don't know
It's so funny you say that because I literally was just saying that last night. It's like there was moments where I literally was questioning myself, like, well, shit, maybe she did do it, And that's like I am full throttle, full Karen Reed, but man, like there's just like. It's like, wow, like, I mean, she admitted to the broken taillight, like, I get the cracked taillight, but not the broken tail, like saying she's picking up pieces, and I'm like, oh my God, Karen, stop talking.
Like, I fall asleep to Dateline almost every night.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, people need to remember the people who are usually sitting on Dateline are Peg O'Keefe and Paul O'Keefe, not Karen.
And Kane, yeah.
Oh, Kane. Ugh.
Yeah, and the ex-girlfriend, the dancer there, what's her name? I forget her name.
I don't know.
Stacey
Um,
docuseries, and she was neutral about it.
Yeah.
I think the best one that she's used is with Ted Daniels, honestly. The
Yeah.
best interview she did.
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Ted did a really good job, and they did too.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
Ted's really good about
the-
staying neutral.
I think
But-
the ID series, it was clear that they went into it thinking she was walking out of there not
Oh,
guilty.
Yeah.
You know, and unfortunately, it was the same day that Proctor got fired. I think the last episode, and they didn't put like a banner that said, as of today, you know, Michael
Mhm.
Proctor has been fired. I think it would have been better. Like, they should have added that.
Well, there was enough news and media coverage about that to go around the world a few times.
Oh
so-
my God, yeah. the
Oh,
Super
yeah.
Bowl.
Yeah.
But, Nikki,
I mean, that's yes, Lucas.
the thing about the tail light is
Yeah.
that hang on, I'm getting my names mixed up. Kerry Roberts said there was a piece of metal
Yeah, that's not the
sticking
metal;
out
it's
of
a
it.
reflector. Yeah.
Now people are picking up on that all over X.
Yeah.
They're picking up on that and saying she's a lying bitch. There's no metal in the tail light. But the thing is, there's a reflective coating in the tail light, and maybe some people would think that's metal because it's shiny. And I'm finding a lot of people are posting using that as a reason to say that Kerry's a down and out liar. Not that she isn't already, but I think they're putting too much emphasis on that because it's easily explained. She's not a car mechanic or anybody involved in the auto industry, so somebody might think that it was metal when it's just a shiny plastic reflective surface.
Yeah, I'm reading some of the X stuff, and I just saw what Bettero posted yesterday. It said, and this is a huge point. It said, focus on the timeline created by Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe. Did they show it to the DA? Give it to them? Tell them it existed? It's almost certainly was in the DA's possession, custody, and control. Why wasn't this key evidence or key discovery ever disclosed to the defense? Is that another egregious discovery violation? Question mark.
I read that.
By DA, I mean.
I wish we had a copy of that.
So if that's the case, that's never been brought up or shown in any evidence. So
Well, of course, Kelly.
that would mean, I mean, he's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
and
if
it
you
brings
think
in
about it-
Jen McCabe's sister also. Like, she could technically be a witness.
If you think about it, that's collusion.
Yeah.
And they've all got together, they've all got the story straight, they've all got the nice little contiguous timeline, and that's what they're going to stick to. And if you've presented that to the DA, he's going to use that as a template to present
Yeah.
his evidence.
I just, it's so fucking strange that you would sit down. I thought maybe like a week later, but when she said it was like the very next day, what?
It was like, it was,
Well,
was it 2 days later? I thought she said.
I
To
think Carrie said it was, they were doing it like right before her second, I think it was a phone, I wrote it down. And I was like shocked. It was that, I swear it was the next day.
they're gonna have to get it together quickly, aren't they?
She sat
So
down
that
with her-
everybody's. Sorry, Kelly.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
They're gonna have to get it together quickly, so everybody's singing from the same song sheet. They can't all be telling. Some people have, and it's mainly the honest ones that have contradicted the version of events that all these liars are coming out with. But they're going to get together quickly. They're going to get the story straight, and that's what they're going to go with. Unfortunately, in a lot of instances, they've had to change the story because evidence has shown otherwise.
Okay, so I just got the mail. And look at this. I don't even know what this is. They all came together in one package.
That's a lot of laundry.
I'm saying, I don't know what it is. And
Fan mail?
Maybe I must be popular, I guess. I don't know. It came from California and it doesn't have like, all it says is shipping department.
Oh, is it a scam?
I don't know. That would freak me out.
Have a look, Kelly, have a look online for mail order scams because I've seen this.
I haven't ordered anything though.
Yeah, I think it's a scam. Have a look into it. Because they send a load of stuff and somebody else would have paid for it. And they deliberately send it to the wrong address. But
And what's
don't open any of it. Is there a reply address? Is there like what do you call it in the US?
Return address? Yeah.
Return address. Is there a return address on it or a contact number?
Yeah, I'm looking at the address right now.
Right.
To see.
Have a look on, well, Google it, for mail order scams, because I've seen this where people get delivered loads and loads and loads of stuff and they haven't ordered a thing.
But what's the purpose? So what are they?
What's the reason they're doing it? Many reasons, but it's a while since I've seen this. I forget who did it, but I've definitely seen videos on this before. Let me go have a look. I'll see if I can find a link.
All right. Yeah, I'm like, I want to open it.
I would too.
It says it says RH Warehouse.
Nikki said let her in.
Why? She's not even up there. Does she need a new link? Oh my goodness. It doesn't show you there. Here we go.
Let me up.
I'm trying to do it. Spacey Stacy. This suspense is killing me. There
Right.
she is.
Kelly.
Yeah.
Scammers or sellers send you fake merchandise.
Okay.
And they use your personal information online to send you goods you've never ordered, and then write fake reviews about the products in your name, which helps them boost sales.
Well, shit, I'll give him my address.
And it originates from Chinese
Send me free
e-commerce,
shit. I'll take it.
and it's called a brushing scam. Like sweeping the floor with a brush. Brushing scam.
Yeah.
Kelly, let
and
me
it-
see your package. I'll be the judge. I'm pretty good
I
at
know what
character.
it is. I know what it is.
What? I need to know.
Okay, so it's Sparkle extensions.
Oh, for Christ's sakes, Kelly. Jesus
I
Christ.
didn't order these, but I know where they came from. So I mean, it came with like the tools.
Guys, don't mind the buzzing noise behind me. Is it bothering anybody?
It came with the clips to put them in, the tools, all that stuff. So okay, and that must be what it all must be. Because they said, I remember now. I'll wear extensions, and I ordered these extensions off of TikTok. Okay, so you guys don't know, Kelly's hair is not long because I can't grow it past my shoulders. That's why this is up in a ponytail right now. So this is the hair I buy off of TikTok. It's cheap. It's like $100. It's human hair. It's clip-ins, and it's super thin. Let me see where it is. There it is.
So you're
Super
gonna
thin.
clip. So you're gonna clip that blonde hair in with your bright red hair.
No, I buy these and I color it the same color as mine.
Oh, okay.
I always buy blonde. I never. They don't really
Well,
sell the
that's
red.
I wish you could see my face because I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm like,
Thank
Greg, you
you.
don't like that? Like it was
Thank
totally
you.
not. So
I
what
don't
they
use
did is they
extensions
messed
and shit,
up.
so I got no idea.
They messed up because I've been buying from this company for a year, and I was a loyal customer, sending a lot of customers to them. I would get on, like I was doing I wasn't like even a
Hey Scott, bye Scott.
or anything. And so I was talking to, I got upset because they had sent me a set. I used them. Now I was using the tape-ins at that time. I had used their tape-ins at the same time or other times, so they would work fine. Well, the tape-ins lasted 3 days, and normally they last like 6 weeks. You know what I mean? Like they stay in with no problem. You wash your hair, you dry your hair, everything's good. Hey, Scott. So these
Scott, we're
lasted
talking extensions right now.
yeah, these lasted 4 days that I got. And I complained to them and told them that I wanted a new box.
That's what she said.
Send me a new box, the same ones, or the clip-ins. Such your face. Amy, you do not help her.
Amy, you and I would be wicked good friends. I can already
Guess
see
what,
it.
Amy? I was gonna send you a package of sparkly hair extensions because apparently I now own thousands of them. 'Cause look,
Oh my
God,
fucking
you would.
who wants me to
I-
wrap hair extensions?
Sweet fucking Jesus.
So,
how do you dye the green ones? I'm curious.
Those.
Like
These
you
are-
end up with
these are-
black, brown hair.
No, these are the Tencel.
Oh my fucking god, I can't. I gotta go.
I never wore these.
I'm out.
I've
Nick,
never
out.
worn-
Peace. I love you all.
Catch you later, Nick.
Bye.
I've never worn them before. They're the Tencel kinds. So
Oh,
everyone's
no.
getting fake Tencel extensions. Because I have 3 more packages.
Jesus.
Because they told me when I was telling them, I said I wanted another box of extensions, and they're like, well, we can't afford to send you the actual hair because it costs us a lot of money, but we're willing to send you 5 of the you're gonna cry, 5 of the sparkle ones. And I was like, I don't really wear those. I would prefer to get the hair because that's what I wear. And they were like, well, we can't really offer that, but we can offer you these. I thought they meant 5 strips.
5 packages. My God.
Somebody help me.
You know what I would be doing? I'd be selling that shit.
I should.
I'd be online posting it, selling it.
That's a ton of stuff. Look at them. I mean, one package is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 18 pieces plus the tools.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, any hairdressers need some stuff? Anybody want to win a competition?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say it reminds me my best friend's a hairdresser for WWE,
Mhm.
and that looks like shit she would get in the mail.
Yeah, and usually, like, I mean, there's a lot of people, like, a lot of women will wear them, like, underneath, and you just see, like, a little bit of the, sorry, pour my drink in my cup, a little bit of the sparkle, but, like, this threw me off, not gonna lie. I know Lucas was, thank you for looking out for me, Lucas. I appreciate you looking up that. I just had to open one to see because I was over here going, I really need to know.
It's really
what's in it.
funny when I see something like that, and it's something it must be more than 6 months ago that I saw that.
I mean, I guarantee it's out there. I just was like, but you know what I mean? Like they were exactly the same. So I was like, maybe he's right, but my interest got the best of me, so I had to open it.
Yeah.
But I actually thought they forgot to send them because they said they were going to send them with these. So
Yeah.
they
Well,
didn't.
no problem if you're expecting it.
I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
I mean,
On
they were all in a huge bag.
Okay. As long as it wasn't a body bag, don't worry.
Yeah, we're good with that. We're good with that. No body
Yeah.
bag. I don't want any body bag. Let me get my dog before he cries anymore.
On a lighter note, Aiden Turtleboy on X says he was intently watching the jury reaction while Brennan was playing the clips of Karen's interviews. No one is showing any signs that these clips are landing the way Hank wants them to. Most jurors are not even taking notes. It looks like they're waiting for the juicy part to get there, and it's just not coming.
Yeah. Why are you biting? Anybody want a puppy?
Oh,
He needs a bath. This is Cotton. He's a cotton ball.
oh, I love that name.
Well, my husband wanted to name him Q-Tip, and I said no. I was not naming my dog Q-Tip.
That's cute too, though.
So I agreed to Cotton since he's a big old poofball. Because he becomes a chihuahua when he gets back. Nothing but hair everywhere. He also is like 5 pounds and he thinks he's 10 feet tall. Oh, thanks for coming back. Okay, thanks. I put you on the floor.
I had well, our Saint Bernard just died a couple weeks ago, but prior to that,
Mary, you're
we
right.
we had a Great Dane, and the Great Danes are the opposite. They think they're little lap dog,
Oh yeah.
but they're really enormous. Enormous.
I
Best
was
dog ever.
I was actually on the phone with Mary this morning when I took him outside. And I was like, Cotton, stop. That's why she said Cotton's always in trouble. Because like there's a lady walking down the street and he like barks and pretend he's gonna run to her. But the fact is he's literally gonna turn around and run back to me. Like he's not gonna come touch you. He thinks he's being very vicious. He thinks he's telling you what's gonna happen, and then you're gonna get just close enough, and he's gonna be like, "Mommy, help!" So I'm like, yeah, just and then she like walked past, and I was like, I put him down again, and he starts barking at her as she's walking away. I'm like, fine, I'm going inside. He comes running to the front door, like, oh God, okay, don't leave me. So I'm like, you're no punk. He also thinks that he thinks he's in charge. He thinks the cats are his chew toys.
All right, so what's going on for tomorrow? Did she say they were going on that viewing?
I don't think they're going on the viewing tomorrow. She said it was expert.
No, it's the viewing tomorrow.
Is it the viewing tomorrow?
It is Friday tomorrow, isn't it? Yes. So
Yeah.
it's the viewing tomorrow.
I wish they would do that like in the middle of the trial.
Well, they can do it anytime. Obviously, there'll be no media coverage or cameras or anything like that. So I think the next thing we're going to see in court is the Arca voir dire on Monday.
No,
'Cause
he did say he was calling an expert to the stand today.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they were talking about if they wanted
A
an
doctor.
expert in the stand or in the gallery to be exempt so that they could listen. So what they're trying to do is to where they're experts that counter each other can listen to the other ones. So
Yeah, it's bullshit.
No, that should be allowed.
Seen before.
I wouldn't allow any witnesses to sit in on court sessions before they give the testimony or afterwards.
But she's allowing Brian Albert and all them to sit in closing after they do.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I think experts, it's fine.
Well, nah, I wouldn't allow that.
Did you watch the Depp trial?
Experts?
Which one?
Not the one in the UK. The one here.
Virginia.
Yeah. Their experts sat there and they like,
They were.
I mean, I think it's helpful when you're an expert, like, and
because honestly, it's battle of the experts. That's what they're doing.
right, and you hire them because you don't understand that, you know, you're not a shrink, you're not a pathologist, you're not a Celebrate expert, whatever the fuck.
Apparently, they're not Celebrate experts either.
Yeah. But you know what I mean, Lucas? Like, I wouldn't want like these idiots in there, but like a real expert, yeah.
Especially if it could benefit my side.
Well, exactly. So if you're, it doesn't matter whether you're the defense or the prosecution. You know, if your experts are more clued up about the goings on inside court than the opposite side experts, then they're at an advantage. So you want to keep everything fair and on the level. And I just think allowing people to observe, because don't forget, they'll be observing things that the jury don't see.
Right.
So I wouldn't want that.
And honestly,
Yeah, I guess you know what? I think you're right. It's actually very telling. Like yesterday, Peggy wasn't allowed in the courtroom, you know, because she was going to be on the stand. And so there were certain things she brought up that Carrie didn't. For example, the prom. You know, and if she had been
showed her colors though.
Huh?
I think Peggy kind of I think it backfired a little bit on Hanky Spanky Boy with Peggy. I think she showed, like, you know, with the jokes and then it was like
I joke all the time that
she was very likable, was Peggy, and you've got to feel for her. I mean, she's lost 2 kids. You know,
trust me, I feel
to
horrible.
lose 1 kid is devastating, but she's lost 2 kids. Yeah. So no matter what you think of her or say about her, you know, she deserves some respect and empathy. And I know what Turtle Boy's said about her in the past, and I don't agree with any of that for any reason. You know,
well, in the beginning, Turtle Boy did stop. He, like, when they say Turtle Boy, oh, they're yelling at everybody. No, Turtle Boy said, no, that's his family. Don't do that. He's kind of changed his mind because of how they've treated him personally, and like making comments and the whole fake victim thing, and you know, all of that stuff. And so I see where he's coming from, but I also I do feel for her as a mother to mother. I feel for her.
Well, people, they all have their own opinions, and you know, I haven't seen an interview or a video clip or any proof of.
Well, I will tell you this. Mary is she's the one that fake victim threatened her family online.
Oh God, that was awful.
So Mary is going to know all of these people better than any of us because she's right in the middle of it. So I would trust her. But
well, yeah, but you know, I've seen the interview with Paul O'Keefe and what's her name,
Christina
Rex. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen the way that he sits in court and stares, and you might not like it, but you can't hold it against him because you know he's got emotions too. So if he stares at Karen 24/7 and gives her the evil eye, that's on him. and that's just him. Whether he believes
Mary,
Kelly's
that was
guilty or not,
awful.
Well, one
You
of
know,
the things that that's what she's saying. Where's Lindsay? That's what Peggy said to Aiden at the courthouse by walking by. Where's Lindsay? And that's the person who literally threatened to come murder her and her children over the phone.
So, when she called JFK that night, I was
Mary.
listening, yeah, and I was like, oh, fuck. The next day, bam, you hear that all over Twitter, and I'm like, that girl, talk about
Mary
a
held
sound
her own.
clip.
I ain't gonna lie. Mary held her own.
Yeah.
That's
But
amazing, Mary.
yeah, I
She
would
told me
would
something
not.
I didn't know about my phone, so I was happy.
Yes, yes,
I didn't know my phone recorded like that till I learned from Mary.
yeah. No, that was fucked up, really fucked up. And that's actually what,
You said it the other day. I forgot. They did charge her finally. She was just summoned. They did charge her with I don't remember what it was called, with criminal if you didn't. She said if I didn't have done the security upgrade 2 days ago, I wouldn't have had the option on my phone. Wow. Tells you that somebody put that in there for a reason.
yeah.
What did they
Oh my
charge her
gosh.
with exactly, Mary? I think it's misdemeanor is what they charged her with.
what, like jaywalking?
Yeah, it's whatever they charged her with was a misdemeanor. She said I believe Kate, sent Lindsay down there to try to get to wiretapping on me.
For
And
what reason?
Mary has been, because Mary, what used to be anti-Karen Reed, I guess. Not really. I don't see her as that, but she hung out with all them. She's been at the parties with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts and Mama Llama and Lindsay and like all that stuff. So Kate Peter, and so she's heard a lot of stuff.
Mm.
So
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
But why
Ugh.
would you want a wiretap on somebody to use that information against them?
what do you mean?
Well, what would be the point in covertly recording somebody?
Oh, she didn't do it secretly. So Mary called JFK and was telling JFK and James about a party that she had attended at Carrie Lama's house with Jen McCabe and all that stuff. So they're trying to say she wiretapped her, but she didn't. And the cops don't think she did either, nor does the judge. Because when you click this on your phone, and I did it to my husband the other day by accident, and when you're on your phone and you're on a phone call, there's little buttons on the side right here. And when you click that, it will say phone call being recorded, and they can hear
Yeah.
it too. So
Yeah.
it alerts them that you're recording it. And Mary told her twice before she did it. And she said, I don't care. So when Mary hit it, it said it. So
Yeah.
even if she says she didn't hear this, Mary had told her twice. She just was too busy in her own head and pissed off that she wanted to come after Mary to try to get her for wiretapping. But police said no.
Right. I'm sorry, you've misunderstood my question.
Oh.
I'm asking for the person who's being recorded.
Oh,
are they paranoid, or do they think you're going to use that information against them? What would be the reason you would do that? And what would be the
in different states in the United States, they're called two-party states. So for me to record somebody in Florida, it's a two-party recording state. Massachusetts is a two-party recording state. You have to have consent on both sides of the recording to use it. Now, Massachusetts, because they have ridiculous laws, they can turn that into wiretapping because you recorded it without, like Turtle Boy recorded Fake Victim when they were arguing, and she was like super loud and stuff like that. He had it in his pocket. They said that's wiretapping on her. because he recorded her. So they have such broad laws in Massachusetts that they can get them for anything. I mean,
So it's a legal thing then. They want to accuse you of wiretapping them so they can get you arrested.
she said that it was too loud. The police said that the whole phone call was 46 seconds. I only recorded 24 seconds, and there's transcript of the call as well. So it's in the court papers that she said that it was said that the phone went off as well. Yeah, it's it kind of makes me crazy that Massachusetts, being the birthplace of our country, is the one that has the most ridiculous laws.
Right.
Like in Florida, you don't get away with stuff like that. Like in Florida, they're pretty strict with things about, and people like to joke about Florida man and all that stuff. And that's true. There's always the Florida man because there's someone crazy. Standing Stones, you want some hair extensions? I will so save you some. Just let me know what color. She said she also called her by her name. Yeah, she did. She said Lindsay. She called her by her name in the recording. But I mean, I'm glad iPhone did that, and I learned that from Mary. I had no idea.
I would be so like startled, or I don't think I'd even think to record. So I'm so glad she did.
Mm-hmm. I got you, Standing Stones. Green or purple, buddy? Yeah,
Yeah, you got to protect yourself these days. If in any situation, it's a good idea to record in case somebody's going to use something against you. Say that you assaulted them, or I mean, in the UK, I know this is not applicable to you guys, but if I said something like, "Oh God, I hate the color of Kelly's hair," she could then ring the police.
Yeah, I'm calling the police right now
and tell them that I offended her and that her life is destroyed because I said the color of her hair was crap.
Online.
The police, no, seriously, the police would come round, kick my door in, arrest me, because I would then be guilty of a hate crime.
Well, I find it rude, and I'm calling the police right now. Okay.
Right. Okay. Well, you've got it. You've got it recorded, so I've got no defense. I might as well go straight to jail.
I wiretapped you.
Yeah. But the
Lucas, where are you?
Laws are crazy. I'm in the county of North Yorkshire, which is a rather large county, about in the center of the United Kingdom. So that's where I am.
Okay. My friend lives in Southampton.
Yeah, that's on the south coast.
Okay.
That's
I know. I flew.
That's like 300 miles away from me or more.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I went there in like 2018. I loved it.
You came to the UK and loved it. You must be shitting me right now.
I did.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna have to get going because I have to go pick my boys up from school.
Yeah, I got to get going too.
So,
all right.
So thanks for coming up, and we can talk tomorrow.
Yeah, no problem. You take care.
You
Bye
too.
for now.
We'll see you soon.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Oops, gotta get the stream up. Hold on. Bye, guys.